After a nearly 2-hour rain delay, two teams battle for a VBL championship berth under the lights here in Charlottesville. For the second straight year, the Charlottesville Tom Sox face off against the Culpeper Cavaliers. Welcome inside CHO Airport Field. Great to be with you. I'm Daniel Stein, joined by my partner Jeremy Rose. And Jeremy, you have the 3 seed hosting the 4 seed. The top 2 seeds in the VBL South Division have been knocked out. To make this postseason even crazier, there was some rain that swept through, but now, at last, we're playing baseball just before 9:15.
Yeah, it's a good night day out here in the CHO. The weather's finally settled itself down. Had some rain earlier in the day. Ready to play baseball now. And, you know, if it wasn't, you know, this really explains the entire season we've had so far this year. Just been a whole lot of, you know, rainouts and delays and pushbacks and late starts, and here we are getting ready to roll with a 9-inning game starting at 9:15. And, you know, I couldn't be happier to be here.
Could not be happier either. This is a Tom Sox team that rolled in yesterday to Stanton after that game was moved a day because of the rain, and they beat them 10-7 at John Moxley Stadium. Now they return to the CHO against the Culpeper team that they've had their troubles with, but we get to see Luke Crater take the mound here from Virginia Tech, and he's one of the more experienced pitchers on this team. He's got pretty nasty stuff.
Yeah, Luke Crater on the mound for the Sox this year. 7 total appearances. Picked up 2 starts as well. Through 14 innings pitched has been relatively solid for the Sox. An ERA under 5, which is great for the Valley Baseball League. 15 strikeouts, just 9 walks. That, to me, is the big thing to look at when you look at a pitcher on the mound, is that strikeout to walk ratio, especially for this Tom Sox team that has struggled with the free pass. So having a good strikeout to walk ratio through 14 innings pitched, good news. His last time out against Harrisonburg, on July 19th, threw 4 1/3, only 3 earned runs. There should be only 3 runs, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks as well. So, you know, a solid outing for him. We'll look to see him do the same exact thing here tonight. He's been warming up for, you know, the better half of 3.5 hours now.
It has been a long wait indeed, but Crater gets to take the mound alongside his battery mate from VT, Anderson French. We can set the rest of the Tom Sox defense for you quickly, going from left to right. In the infield, Patrick Nias at third, Jackson Soroy at short, Lee Sowers at second, Hudson Luderman over at first, and in the outfield going from right to left, Perry Hargett in right field, Kyle Langley man center, and then in left field, Will Genowine. We're almost ready to go here as Luke Crater toes the rubber against the leadoff man for the Cavaliers, Keaton Burrows. He's playing second base as Crater gets ready to go from the stretch. 2 teams fighting for a berth in the VBL championship. Here's the first pitch from Crater. This is outside with the fastball for ball 1.
Yeah, and, you know, we'll see how much this really thick air impacts the pitcher's grips. It was something we had talked about yesterday with the sweat on all these pitchers' hands. Now you kind of get the opposite impact where it's the air that's going to be impacting a whole lot. We'll see how the thickness of the air today will change how the pitchers are able to get their grip if they have too much grip and start to pull pitches like you just saw right there with the first pitch from Luke Crater.
Something also to note during this game is going to be the conditions of the field. There was the tarp that was put on before the rain started. Then they took the tarp off. You can see it looks a little damp out there. There's going to be some wet spots on the field, but that's something to watch as we progress in this one. Crater takes a deep breath and fires on a 1-0. Fastball hits the outside corner to even the count. Burrows on the year played in 24 games in the regular season, hit .319 with 10 RBIs and 1 long ball for the Cavaliers. Also had pretty good walk numbers, walking 24 times on the season.
Yeah, an experienced baseball player. Spent a season over at Pitt, too, or his first 2 seasons at Pitt.
Here's a high chopper gloved by Crater. He throws over to first, but it gets away from the fellow Hokie Hudson Luderman. It will go all the way behind the Tom Sox dugout, and that's going to be a tough start for Charlottesville as Crater throws it away. Burrows on second.
Yeah, and there's the compounding side of the grip that you talked about with the field conditions. That's a ball that got bounced off of both the infield dirt and the infield grass. So by the time Crater picks it up with the speed that Burrows has running down the first baseline, that ball is not only going to be wet and going to be slick, but it's also going to have some dirt on it that you're going to have to kind of work through as you're throwing that ball over to first. So a difficult play for Crater to make. Definitely an out he needed to get, though.
Brings another Wofford man, Ethan Belk, to the plate. The first pitch to him is lined, but caught by the second baseman, Lee Sowers, over to Soroy. What a start for the Sox after the air. Nice job there by the UNC man, teaming up with the future Maryland man, And just like that, the Tom Sox turn their fortunes around with 2 outs on the board.
Yeah, and there you go. Those are the 2 outs, you know, with the initial out that you thought you were going to get from the Crater ground ball. And Lee Sowers, not the tallest guy here in Charlottesville, but able to elevate for that one, a hard line drive hit off the bat of Ethan Belk. We'll have to keep an eye out for him in his next at-bat. He clearly was on that fastball from Crater, just caught it and kind of hit it to the wrong spot. Sowers made a great play.
Crater's first pitch to Alejandro Ludero is a slider that hits the zone, and Crater's got, as I mentioned before, some of the nastier stuff on this team. That fastball can touch into the mid-90s, and the slider resting in the low 80s, but you know with Crater what you're getting. You're getting good fastball run, good velocity, and great movement as well, especially on that breaking ball. There's the 0-1, maybe a little bit too much break. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ludero on the season, played in 29 games, hit .284 for the Cavaliers, also knocked in 20 RBIs. Also avoided the strikeout a lot, only K'd 9 times over the course of the regular season. 1-1 count, 2 outs. Just getting started in this one, no score. Here's the pitch from Crater. Fastball misses just off the outside corner.
Yeah, played in the second most games, or tied for the second most games played by a Cavalier this season. He is tied with Donovan Mitchell for 29 games played this year. He is also tied for the most at-bats, so he's seen a whole lot of pitching and seen a whole lot here in the VBL this season and trying to survive for 1 more game.
Crater comes set here on a 2-1, and he deals. Just in the dirt there to make it 3 balls, 1 strike. And Crater, you look at his 2 years of work at Virginia Tech, and the ERA is in the 8s in both of those seasons, but you see the strikeout numbers as well. As you alluded to earlier, Jeremy, it's just been the walks that have kind of been his issue.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, not giving up those free passes. In his first season, almost 30 walks. His second season, almost 17 walks. He's gotten those numbers down so far through his time here in Charlottesville, but it's, you know, that's something that kind of holds you back from translating at the collegiate level. Here you can kind of work through it a little bit more. You have more of an opportunity to, you know, kind of get back against a couple of these guys who don't see as fast a pitching that you get from Crater over at Virginia Tech with the aforementioned, you know, mid-90s. But
3-1 is lined, but caught by Jackson Soroy. Nice work by the Tom Sox infield to handle a couple of hard hit balls, and Crater pitches a scoreless first inning. We're heading to the bottom half. Tom Sox coming up to hit. Bottom 1 here in this playoff matchup between Charlottesville and Culpeper. Let's take a look at the Tom Sox upcoming lineup, and as you can see, Jackson Soroy had himself a day yesterday against the Braves.
yeah, Jackson Soroy put together the first 4-hit, you know, game of the season for the Sox, and the first one that the Sox have seen in what's now been exactly a year since the last time these two teams played here in the VBL South Finals, and it was from Robbie Lathy on July 27th. That was the last 4-hit game exactly a year ago, and what you've already mentioned was a rematch of this game right here. And, you know, Jackson Soroy put that together yesterday, and we'll get the opportunity to translate it once more today.
Development of Jackson Soroy over the course of this season has been one of the more intriguing storylines in what has been a very interesting Tom Sox team. And it starts with Perry Hargett, who takes the first pitch from Culpeper's Max Musser inside for ball 1. Hargett on the season hitting 185 in the regular season across 80 at-bats, but with Hargett, you always get good at-bats. Not a lot of swing and misses. He just did right there to make it 1-1, and also the speed as well. 13 bases stolen by Perry this season.
Yeah, he got the short end of the stick last night, or yesterday. Just a lot of hard hit balls that kind of found the glove of a couple of players out there in Stanton, and things didn't really go his way. Yesterday was, I believe, the only Tom Sox player to not have a base hit in the game, with the exception of Walker Buchanan, who came out through a couple of at-bats.
Musser working quickly here, but it's a 3-1 count. Hargett in the driver's seat in this one. He's played in 24 games for the Tom Sox and has become a staple at the top of the lineup. The 3-1, a slider misses outside, and Hargett on to lead off the bottom of the first. We'll bring Kyle Langley to the plate here with nobody out. Kyle Langley has been a guy who's been here since day one. Played in 33 games in the regular season, started 31 of them. Has also hit with one of the highest averages, hitting .252 on the season with 17 RBIs and 1 home run on 30 hits.
Yeah, Kyle Langley been the consistent guy in this lineup for the Sox, the best hitter that the Sox have had with runners on base.
There goes Hargett right up the middle, lined and caught, and that's going to be a double play. So Culpeper sees the 2-out play at the top of the inning and will match it. That is an unfortunate break for the Tom Sox, as the shortstop Escobar able to get Hargett.
Yeah, and there's just the, that play doesn't probably get made if he's not already on his way over to second to cover the steal from Perry Hargett, and Hargett, trying to get the hit and run to work. Kyle Langley hits well with runners in scoring position and tried to get one into scoring position there.
So here is Jackson Soroy, who fouls off the first pitch. Soroy now leads the team in batting average by the end of the regular season, hitting .257. Yet to hit a long ball, but does have 13 RBIs. Also walks a lot with 21 free passes. It's an even count here. And Soroy, one of the handful of players who played at UVA this past season. He's now going to Maryland next year. But he has been a solid middle infielder for Charlottesville this season as he takes a fastball up and in.
Yeah, just done kind of a very good job once Preston Gamster had to depart Charlottesville due to his injury. Just stepped into that role back at shortstop where he had started the season and has been pretty flawless on both sides of the ball ever since.
2-1 slider with a lot of movement, misses outside.
4 for 5 day for him yesterday. Picked up an RBI, a pair of runs, had a walk mixed in along with his 4 singles, and really just kind of went oppo with a couple as well. So no shift on him needed. He just kind of hits the ball wherever you throw it.
Shown a lot of contact to all parts of the field as the 3-1 is swung on and missed to make it full. Brock Clayton, the designated hitter, waits on deck. Finishing the order for the Tom Sox, Patrick Neas, the third baseman, follows Clayton, Anderson French, Hudson Luderman, Will Genowine, and Lee Sowers rounding out the order. It's a 3-2 count with 2 away and no score. Here's the pitch from Musser to Soroy, and Soroy drills that one out to right field. Belk trying to come in. He dives, and he made the catch. Seen some early defensive flashes here from both teams as we're through a quick first inning. Scoreless here in the VBL South title. Top of the second, starting here as number 22 comes to the plate here, Blagan Pato for the Cavaliers. Luke Crater heads out to the mound here for inning number 2 of work. No score in this VBL South title game between the Tom Sox and the Cavaliers. Here's the first pitch from Crater. A slider misses outside. Pato hasn't really been here very long with the Cavaliers, but boy, he has been really solid. A .533 average, which comes with 2 home runs and 5 ribbies for him. Has been showing why he plays his college ball at Coastal Carolina. As the second pitch from Crater is fouled away.
Yeah, picked up a pair of runs last night as well in their win over Harrisonburg. Picked up an RBI. Kind of just been the do-it-all guy for him. He hasn't been here, as you mentioned, all too long. Just 7 games played on the season. But it's been 7 very, very good games, or 8 games, excuse me, played. But it's been 8 very good games for Blagan Pato.
8 hits and 15 at-bats as breaking ball misses inside. And one of those hits was a brutal 3-run home run that came against the Tom Sox on the final game of the regular season. So the Tom Sox are getting familiar with this guy here, but this is the first matchup between Crater and Pato. As the 2-1 with nobody out. Pato drives that one into left field. Genowine moving. Now he has to go back, and he misplayed it, and it will roll all the way to the warning track. Pato on his horse, thought about 3 bases, but he'll stop at second with a leadoff double. Just with how many hard-hit balls we've seen thus far, you just knew at some point one of them was going to drop, and it's the first hit of either team's afternoon.
Yeah, and that was evident. That was going to happen, and just you don't really see that often from Will Genowine. This outfield in general has played very solid baseball. Not a lot of routes run that aren't correct. I think it might have just gotten above the lights. It's obviously nightfall here at the CHO, and Genowine just kind of had a hard time reading it. Pato hit it with some pop, and he came around first like he wanted 3. Thought he was going to actually extend it to 3. But holds up, and it's a leadoff double, and Blagan Pato stays hot.
Now here's the rising senior at a BYU, Keone Painter. As we have a righty-lefty matchup here with Pato on second. Painter takes the first pitch over the zone for strike 1. He's had a good season for the Cavaliers as a 2-way. 39 at-bats, hitting .333 with 3 home runs and 15 RBIs. Crater just trying to keep Pato where he is, as we're still early in this one with no score. 0-1, Painter takes one on the outside corner, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, only has 1 outing on the mound, and wasn't a very good one. Faced 4 batters, gave up 3 hits and 2 runs. So what we like to call a yes hitter around these parts. So maybe he's better off sticking on just the batting side with a .333 average.
Here's the 0-2 from Luke. And a high chopper that is fielded on the short hop almost by the first baseman, Luderman. And they are unable to get him at first. It wasn't exactly clear what the call was on the field, but call it an infield single as that ball had some funny hop to it. And now Culpeper has runners on the corners here with nobody out.
Yeah, just kind of a weird play for Luderman to make. That was probably a play where you come into the ball a little bit more and you try to make that play off a pick as opposed to sitting back. Painter's not the fastest guy on this team, but anything slowly hit like that allows him a lot of time to get out of the box. Luderman kind of waited on his back feet, let the hop kind of come to him, which is why it did what it did, and puts runners on the corners now with still nobody out. Been some hard contact off of the right-handed Crater too. So some dangerous territory for the Sox early on in this one.
Credit to Painter for running that ball out fully as that brings Caleb Estes to the plate here. There goes Painter. First pitch is inside. French's throw down is not in time. Here's a throw back home, and Culpeper is on the board first. They executed the exact same play in the last matchup of the regular season, and a nifty steal of home gets the Cavaliers a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, they did that same exact thing with Donovan Mitchell and Blagan Pato in the first inning of a game, or of the last time these two teams played in that final game of the regular season. That one in the bottom of the first inning, it was Mitchell who stole second, and Mitchell who stole home and Pato who stole second. And this time Pato gets to score the run.
Here's the 0-1 up and in. Makes it a 1-1 count. Estes on the season has been with the Cavaliers arguably the longest with 18 games and 70 RBIs. Hit .314 with 18 RBIs on the year. So for the Tom Sox, just trying to keep the lead or the deficit where it is. And it's been kind of an unlucky inning for Crater as the 1-1 Estes drills one out to right field. This ball is in foul territory. Hargett doesn't have a play, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, just a ball that maybe could have been caught by Will Genuine. Had the opportunity, you know, had he ranged back, took the right route on it. It was still hit pretty hard over his head. Not sure if he would have gotten there anyways. And then the weird chopper, and then the stolen base. So,
off the bat, the ball that Pato hit almost looked like it was moving more laterally, but Genuine wasn't able to judge how deep that ball was going towards the track, as that ball gets away from French, and taking third, I should say, is Painter. Estes held his swing there, as now a second Cavalier moves over to third. Still nobody out in this inning, as Crater, if you're just joining us, started off the game with an error, but then got out of the inning with a couple of lineouts, including a double play worked by Lee Sowers and Jackson Soroy. Now Culpeper with the lead, as Estes takes inside for ball 4. And that once again puts runners on the corners here, still no one out.
And we'll see if they roll back to that same exact double steal method. They're definitely presumably going to take off with Caleb Estes. 4 stolen bags on the year for him, and no better time than the present for him to take off here.
Maxwell Melessa comes to the plate here. If you're Anderson French, I would be very surprised if he ends up throwing down a second time should Culpeper take off. Melessa played in 21 games in the regular season, hitting just 189, but showed some impressive power with a couple of home runs, as the first pitch misses below the zone for ball 1. Estes stays put at first. Melessa, who plays his college ball at West Virginia, a West Virginia native as well, going into his redshirt freshman year. Second pitch from Crater is fouled away.
I think the thing with Luke Crater is he's got a 6'5" frame, right? This is a very tall guy in Luke Crater on the mound. But his fastball, with the way his arm slot works, almost comes in kind of flat. And it kind of, if you can get your bat up to speed with it, up to the mid-90s, then, you know, you've got a good chance to put good bat on ball with it.
1-1 to Melessa, swung on and missed. And Crater heading the count 1-2. It's been interesting. You talk about the arm slot. It's an adjustment that Tom Sox pitchers have made, specifically Trevor Booten, who, when you watch him warm up, he's throwing overhand, and then he comes into the game, he throws sidearm. But it really is as much of a problem for pitcher mechanics as it is on the hitters just trying to recognize what the ball is. There goes Estes, and that ball fouled away. Look out in the parking lot. That one might have hit a car, as it will stay at 1-2. Crater, like a lot of Tom Sox pitchers this season, you know, the stuff is there. It really comes down to how many guys are you walking, how much control can you have while maintaining that velocity. That's been a battle as Crater throws back to first. Painter still on third, as the Tom Sox just trying to get an out on the board here, with Culpeper already plating 1 in the inning. Crater heading the count 1-2 against Melessa. Here's the pitch. There goes Estes, and Melessa swings and misses. Good work there from Crater to bury the breaking ball, and the Sox do get an out on the board, even though Estes swipes second.
Yeah, just good pitch execution right there. Pitch execution, excuse me, right there from Luke Crater. Obviously, you're not going to throw down, especially on a pitch that's in the dirt where you basically have no chance anyways to get him on one that French had to kind of block back there. But 1 out. It's early in the game. I mean, you give up the stolen base. It is what it is. Let your defense work behind you.
Here's Colby Motley, the first pitch to him. Nasty slider. It's cut on and missed. Motley in the first base spot tonight. We've seen him a lot as the designated hitter, but he's just a bat that Culpeper wants to keep in the lineup, and you can understand why when you see that he's hit 4 home runs and 22 RBIs.
Yeah, Motley started off the season pretty hot. Those home runs, I believe it was 3 of those home runs came pretty early on in the year.
0-1 is outside, and the 4th home run was against the Tom Sox in that meeting on July 22nd. That was a solo shot. Motley also struck out twice in that game. Runners on second and third here with 1 out and a 1-1 count. 1-0 Culpeper early here in this Valley League playoff game. Crater comes set, takes a deep breath and deals. And Motley hits a little tapper. Soroy just gets under his glove, and 2 runs are going to score. Rolling into second is Motley with a slide. It is 3-0 Cavaliers. You talk about an uncharacteristic mistake from your shortstop Soroy, and that one's a costly one as it brings in 2.
Yeah, not a play you see very often, especially from Jackson Soroy. And it just, yeah, not characteristic at all for him. Just 2 errors at shortstop all season long. And along with 2 at second base for Soroy through what's upwards of 30 games played for him. That one very costly. Goes under his glove, both runs come in scored.
Randy Tomlin will head to the mound and just talk to Crater here. Bullpen is not quite active yet for the Tom Sox, although that could change. You know, there was some thought that maybe it would be Tim Lawson who would start today for the Sox, but before the game it was decided, a while in advance for the game this morning, it was decided that it was actually going to be Crater due to the platoon of the lineup for the Cavaliers having a good amount of right-handed hitters. But Crater really hasn't gotten the help that I think he was counting on here from his defense. That puts a runner on second with 1 out. Now 3-0 Culpeper as the first pitch fouled off by the 9-hitter Evan Escobar.
Yeah, I think that first inning, that top of the first inning was kind of a bad omen for him. A duo of hard-hit baseballs. Though both lineouts were hit, around 90 miles an hour off the bat. And it's kind of translated into a couple of hard-hit balls this inning, including the one that went over Genuine's head for that leadoff double.
There's the 0-1, runner goes. That ball gets a by the catcher French. Going in with the slide was Motley, so he stays put at third. I'll rule that a stolen base here to make it 1-1. Escobar on the season played 23 games, hit just 145, but also a pair of home runs. Plays his college ball at Wichita State. And for Crater, we talked about how good of stuff he has, but with 1 strikeout through just 1 1/3, I'm sure he would want more. As the 1-1 Escobar hits a high chopper towards third and goes foul.
Yeah, I think another thing for Crater, another issue that's been a Tom Sox problem all season long has been holding runners on. Culpeper's got 4 stolen bags already this inning. And that was the 4th of the game since they had none in the first. But 4 stolen bags in a frame, whether it's on the catcher or on the pitcher, you've got to hold your runners on better. Got to give them a look. Got to mix in a throw-over, even if it's not a competitive throw-over. Just let them know you're thinking about them.
1-2, Escobar was able to hold his swing to even the count. And, with those 4 stolen bags, I think you can live with 2 of them because they came with runners on the corners. So you don't really want to throw down to second with that runner on third, as Culpeper just proved. But that has been an issue all season long. Here's a 2-2 from Crater. Slider catches the inside corner and is enough to retire Escobar. Second strikeout of the night for Luke as the lineup card flips over.
Yeah, good execution. Good off-speed pitch. Had him off balance. Threw the pitch before. Down in the zone, Escobar fouled it away to stay alive, and then you give him another one right there, and it hangs itself on the inside part of the zone. Good pitch. I think I want to see more of those competitive sliders from him. Clearly the batters are on the fastball. Mix in your slider.
First pitch to Keaton Burrows misses upstairs. Burrows 0 for 1 in this game after he reached on an error to lead off. Now comes up here with 2 outs and the runner still on third. That's Colby Motley over there 90 feet away. Tom Sox just trying to end this inning. Here's the 1-0 from Crater. Fastball misses upstairs to make it 2-0.
I think this might be the first time for these 3 guys as train number 1 goes by. This trio between the mound, home, and first, where you have Hudson Luderman playing first, Anderson French behind the plate, Luke Crater on the mound. The trio of Hokies, probably the first time they've been in this alignment.
Here's the 2-0, and Burrows fouls it straight back. And it's interesting because French and Luderman are both freshmen, but they got a really decent chunk of playing time this past spring for the Hokies. Crater a bit older, but he was able to get a considerable amount of innings this past season, 18 innings to be exact, and then 36 the year before. There are a couple Hokies with a good amount of experience as the fastball does get the top of the zone, and it's a 2-2 count here.
Yeah, and Luderman played 42 games this past season as a freshman, so a very young team that you see in the Hokies gives them a really bright future if guys like Luderman, guys like French, and guys like Crater can really step up come this next season.
2-2, Crater deals. Burrows just gets a piece of it. Good slider there from Crater. But Burrows showing why he hit over 300 this season in the VBL. It's a guy who started his college career at Pitt, now will go on to play for Wofford, which the Tom Sox have had plenty of players from that school. Even this year they had Andrew Manley, who manned right field for a couple of weeks in the early goings of the year. Another 2-2 from Crater, and the slider is bounced over to Jackson Soroyi. Fields it on the high hop over to first. Luderman puts the squeeze on it, and that does end the inning. But the Cavaliers add 3 runs, and the Tom Sox have some catching up to do here as we go to the bottom of the second. 4-5-6 due up here for the Tom Sox as they are now chasing 3 against Culpeper. It starts with Brock Clayton, the designated hitter, as Max Musser goes back to work here for the Cavaliers. First pitch to Clayton is taken just off the plate for ball 1. Brock has been with the team for about 3/4 of the year, and it's been kind of an up and down season for him, but he's played very well as of late, especially against this Culpeper team. He had a couple of hits, including a home run. As the 1-0 to him is a shattered bat and caught by the first baseman, Motley. Man, that barrel must have made its way onto the bleachers.
Yeah, it made it to what looks like the top row of the bleachers, right over the first base dugout. I think everybody's all right out in the stands that we can see at least, or that I can try to get a look at. The bat not doing so hot; it's in pieces, and Clayton is retired with what became a soft lineout.
Some firewood as Patrick Nias will check in for his first at-bat. Missing inside does Musser, and it's 1-0. Nias on the year hit .231 with 3 home runs, 24 RBIs, which did lead the team. Second pitch to him is popped up. Motley chasing. That one will go out of play. Nias, another guy who's been here since day one, and you know the average doesn't really stick out, but the end of season counting stats have really justified his starting spot with the team.
Yeah, with the exception of the strikeout numbers, it's been, kind of big hits and big moments for Pat Nias. He's kind of just been there when you need a spark in some way, shape, or form. Provided some sort of offense, kept the line moving a good amount of times the other day, and just been a guy for the Sox.
Nias swings and misses to make it 2-2. 38 strikeouts on the year for Nias, and he's definitely showing the power numbers, but also the bat-to-ball ability has been a question as that ball gets away from Nias as he fans, but he's going to reach. And so anything the Tom Sox really need to get on base will help them. So Musser gets his first strikeout, but Nias is still on first. rule that a wild pitch.
Batting sixth, the catcher
As Hudson
from
Luderman
Virginia
will check in.
Tech, Number 40, Anderson French.
Anderson French, the fellow Hokie, stepping in. Luderman is on deck. As now French has a runner on here in Patrick Nias. One out, here's the first pitch, and French fouls away, 0-1.
Want to sponsor that foul ball? Visit TomSox.org/sponsorships to
Played
find
6
out
games
how.
with the Sox before the playoffs and had 2 RBIs, equating to a .250 average. Him, Evan Tavares, and Brock Clayton have really made up that catcher room as of late. Second pitch from Mooser misses outside. Good block there from the catcher, Ludero. One and one count, 1 out. Mooser now out of the stretch, deals. French takes outside for ball 2 as they're going to do a quick back pick, but Nias in there safely.
Some early motion for the Sox in the bullpen. It's Ryan Pugh getting himself warmed up. We'll see if he comes in to pitch this inning or if Randy Tomlin waits for at least one more to try to extend Luke Grader.
0-1, throw back to Nias at first. He's in there safely. The Tom Sox and the Cavaliers have had kind of an interesting dynamic this season. They were supposed to play Culpeper at Culpeper County High School to start the season way back in May. That game was actually canceled due to a torrential downpour that came through the stadium. It was not the only time that the game was postponed, as they were supposed to go back there on June 13th. That one was also postponed, as were the following 2 games, as rain was hitting the valley pretty much everywhere. So some things really never change in summer 2025, as French swings and misses here to level the count full.
Yeah, I think we finally played that opening day game that was the final game of the season. Was eventually the game that got made up from the start of the season, so it did really come full circle, and now these 2 teams are going to play in what will be one of these 2 teams' last game this year.
Full count, French fouls away and stays alive. They were then supposed to play on June 23rd at Culpeper County High School. That game was postponed, and then Culpeper came to Charlottesville on July 9th, and that game was also postponed. I mean, it has just been quite the wonky relationship here with these 2 teams, but now they meet here in the playoffs after, you guessed it, a rain delay. Swing and a miss by French. Throw down is not in time. Nias swipes second base, and so the Sox able to get a runner in scoring position along with the strikeout there.
Back-to-back Ks for Mooser now. Here in the second inning, Nias reached on his. Anderson French does not get the same fate, but Nias into scoring position now for Hudson Luderman, a guy who's been another one of those guys who's just been here all season long and been one of those consistent players for the Sox.
Another guy who's been here since day one. He played in 29 games for the Sox, knocked in 11 RBIs, and hit the team's first home run versus Woodstock. And swings at the first pitch. More recently, though, Luderman had a pair of clutch sacrifice flies yesterday at Stanton, as he really was able to just do what was asked of him. He also made the final out in the bottom of the 9th to seal the game as they throw back to second to get Nias. It actually goes into center field. Nias will try to take third, and he will get in there without a throw from Pato out there in center. So now the Tom Sox first run rests just 90 feet away. Can't get a sacrifice fly here if you're Huddy, but a hit will definitely do the job.
Yeah, no sac fly opportunity for Huddy right here, but can definitely make something work with a ground ball. Probably going to happen through the left side because it's his favorite place to go with the baseball.
Huddy, an extreme pull tendency as the 0-1 is lined down the left field line. There you go. Randy Tomlin has to get out of the way over there at third base, and it's 0-2 here on the rising sophomore Hokie.
And I've talked about it a couple of times, but my advice for Randy Tomlin with Hudson Luderman at the plate is to literally coach third base from inside the opposing team's dugout. That's the safest place to be, and even there is not so safe.
Here's the 0-2 from Mooser to Luderman, and Luderman stays alive and fouls that one into the other dugout.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen him go the other way.
We've seen him so many times hit the ball further than I thought was even humanly possible.
Yeah.
Left of the foul pole and over towards the parking lot as it wraps around Charlottesville High School. The power is there, but what side of the pole it's going to be on can be the question. Here's another 0-2. Luderman pops it up, tosses the bat aside into shallow center field. Pato calls everybody off and makes the catch. So that's how the second inning ends here. Tom Sox get a runner 90 feet away from scoring, but can't bring him home. And we'll move to the third here. Culpeper ahead by 3. Welcome back here to the third inning, which is brought to you by Mosquito Joe, doing bad things to bad bugs here as a new pitcher in the game for the Tom Sox. From one Hokie to another former Hokie, it is Ryan Pugh on the mound here. Another right-hander for the Tom Sox. Pugh, who just joined the team a couple weeks ago, now tasked with keeping this Culpeper lead at bay.
Yeah, for Ryan Pugh, he gets to finally make his first appearance here at the CHO. Had yet to pitch on his home field, and now gets the opportunity to do so in a big spot.
First pitch, a breaking ball, misses upstairs to Ethan Belk, who's 0 for 1 after he lined a ball right to Lee Sowers that turned into a double play. It was a sign of things to come. A lot of balls have been hit pretty hard to these Tom Sox infielders with kind of mixed results in the early goings. Here's the 1-0 from Pugh, and swing and a miss there by Belk.
And for Pugh, didn't get to play a whole lot at Virginia Tech, didn't play at all, so retains his 4 years of eligibility and is now a redshirt freshman at Delaware. He committed there, I believe, the day he actually got here to Charlottesville. Around July 7th was his official UDEL commitment.
Swing and a miss there from Belk, and kind of similar to Crater, Pugh has really solid stuff. That fastball a little bit softer in the low 90s, but a good breaking ball as well. You definitely can tell the profile of pitcher that the Hokies have been looking for in the past couple of seasons. It's ahead 1-2. The ball just off the plate. Belk able to check his swing.
Yeah, got a good 4-pitch mix. You get fastball, curveball, changeup, and a cutter from him, and a lot of movement, as you've already kind of mentioned, on his pitches, and a lively arm with that mid-90s fastball.
2-2, foul ball. Look out in the dugout. That one goes off the screen in front of where the players are resting.
Got a cool spin move there. It was almost like the Wii bowling one from Brock Clayton, where you just jump and spin around in a circle. Yeah, that's what he just did in the dugout to get away from that baseball.
The range of emotes we've seen in the dugout has been one of my favorite parts of the season. Here's another 2-2 from Pugh. High chopper, pretty similar to the one Crater fielded, and this time Pugh will make the play for the first out. Belk is retired. There's one away on the 1-3.
And another play where it's a lot more difficult than it looks on a normal sunny day out here at the CHO. That ball is not going to be wet at all, and it's going to be very easy to handle. That one was immediately chopped off of the infield grass, or off the infield dirt, took its second hop off the infield grass, and then into the glove of Pugh. So, you know, it's got both the wetness from the grass and the dirt from the ball, and the dirt from the dirt, and a good play from Pugh to make the throw over.
Can see him kind of looking at the ball as he took it out of his glove on the transfer. As a first pitch, a nice breaking ball into the catcher, Alejandro Ludero. He also lined out to start off his night. For the Tom Sox, a 3-run deficit is really nothing new to them. They were down 6-3 against Stanton and then proceeded to score 7 runs, which were unanswered until the bottom of the 9th inning, as here's a ground ball snared by Luderman over at first. After a brief bobble, he steps on the bag for out number 2. So the defense making some plays there, and there are 2 away in the 3rd.
And that one might have even gone off of his chin area. Randy Talman checks in on him from the dugout. I think it took a disgusting hop off the lip of the grass in the dirt, and I think into the shin of Hudson Luderman, who kept it in front of him. Hey, use your whole body, right?
That's exactly what he did to get the final out yesterday. It was a ball that, you know, the Tom Sox infielders, specifically Jackson Soroy, has told us that Stanton infield was really nasty to deal with here. Speaking of nasty, good breaking ball to Pato for strike 1. And that's exactly what happened on the final out. Hudson Luderman was over at second base, and he fielded the ball off of his collarbone or kind of his chest area, and then was able to make the play. As another slider clips the zone 0-2. And, you know, I've played second base, which is kind of unbelievable as a lefty, but I did play there, and I took a ground ball off the collarbone, and that was not fun. So credit to Hudson Luderman for putting his body on the line as Pugh misses outside for ball 1. Pato 1 for 1 in this game with that double out to left field. Potentially could have been caught by Will Genowine, but not ruled an error. That ball was hit pretty hard anyway, so Pato deserved that one. 1-2 count with 2 away here in the 3rd. Here's the pitch from Pugh, and Pato pops this one up. That will find foul ground.
Ball was brought to you by Taylor's Auto Body.
One and 2 count here with 2 outs. Pugh 1 strike away. Here's the pitch. Line straight back off the bat of Pato.
And if there's one thing you can't beat Pato with, it's going to be velocity. Pato, a guy who played a whole bunch at Coastal Carolina. Not exactly sure what he's doing here in the Valley. Definitely could have played just about anywhere else and gotten consistent reps there if he needed them. But
swing and a miss. Nice inning from Ryan Pugh. He retires the Cavaliers 1-2-3. And that is a good inning here in the 3rd, which is once again brought to you by Mosquito Joe, doing bad things to bad bugs. We'll head to the bottom of the 3rd. Tom Sox chasing 3. Welcome back to the third inning, brought to you by Mosquito Joe, as 8-9-1 due up here for the Tom Sox. It starts with Will Genowine, who is back in the starting lineup after not starting yesterday, but getting into the game versus Stanton. Genowine takes outside for ball one. Max Musser still on the mound here for the Cavaliers in a 3-0 game. Tom Sox trailing by a trio. Second pitch to Genowine, a nasty breaking ball that he was able to hold up his swing. And it's 2-0.
And on a quick look over to the other side of the bracket, the benefit of having a game that gets delayed 2.5 hours is you get to know who's going to be in the championship on the other side when you get to the end of your game. So as of right now, it is 7-6 in favor of the Express over Purcellville.
Genowine into center field, and the Tom Sox have their first hit of the night. He just continues to impress after joining the team late in the year from Sewanee. But back to what you mentioned, I mean, that is an absolute barn burner out there in Strasburg. Two really high-powered offenses. Purcellville has shown a really good balance offensively, but Strasburg narrowly in front late in this one.
Yeah, we've had 5 home runs in this game. Strasburg obviously plays in what I would assume to be the smallest field in the Valley Baseball League. They play in a very small stadium, but still a lot of guys on their roster who can elevate and celebrate. And there's been 5 combined home runs in this game. That's all knotted up here in the top of the 8th with 2 outs. Strasburg at home. Purcellville's got runners on first and second with 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. We will keep you updated on any lead changes, any scoring updates that do come through the final 2 frames in Strasburg.
Purcellville out hitting the Express 11-7. What has been a fascinating game that we're following along with. Here's Lee Sowers at the plate. He's in a 1-1 count. Sowers, another UNC man. Him and Perry Hargett have been inseparable this season, the two Tar Heels. Sowers on the year hitting .208 with 4 RBIs, really known for his patience and walking ability. Him and Soroy have been neck and neck with the most walks on the season. Takes a good take there from Musser outside to make it 2-1.
I think one of my favorite things about Lee Sowers is he always wears his goggles when he's playing baseball, but he never wears them at any other time, place. You'll never see him out in public with a pair of goggles on, but on the baseball field, he's all specced up.
3-1 to Sowers, and a guy who is one of the friendliest players on the team. Yeah. Not that there's anyone who's unfriendly, but always goes out of his way to talk to us interns, and also
hung out up here in the press box for a while pregame.
Yeah, during the rain delay. Here's the 3-1 from Musser. Sowers swings and misses. Lee also a guy who, an avid bass player.
Yes.
Big fan of 70s music, as indicated by his walk-up song, and a guy who can wear many hats, but also has been one of the more clutch players for this team, including a walk-off he had right here at CHO Airport Field. Full count to him with no outs and Genowine on first. Here's the pitch to Lee, and a beautiful curveball freezes him. Takes a lot to strike out Lee Sowers, but nice work there from Musser, and there's one away.
Yeah, just not a pitch you're expecting to see at the plate if you're Lee Sowers. A 3-2 curveball to a guy at 5'10", as he claims, 5'11" sometimes, depending on the day. Not a location you're really, not a pitch you're looking for right there. You don't get that a whole lot as a shorter guy. A pitch that's got to break its way back down into the zone.
Throw back to first, Genowine in safely, so that flips the lineup over here for Perry Hargett with no official at-bat tonight. He walked to lead off the bottom half of the inning. So we'll see what the best friend of Lee Sowers can do here. First pitch from Musser, swung on and missed on the fastball. Hargett, a guy, obviously, as you mentioned, another Tar Heel, originally from Peachland, North Carolina. A very small town, just under 500 people. But he has made his way to the brighter lights of Charlottesville, Virginia here. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes here to Perry Hargett.
And it took the Sox a little bit to get things going yesterday in Stanton, so no need to be, super cautious and, antsy that they're not going to get things rolling early on in this one. It was a couple of hard hit outs in the first. Got plenty of time to get the offense going.
0-2, Hargett takes a slider just below the knees, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Genowine still on first. Be interested to see if they send him here. Genowine can run pretty well, but with Hargett at the plate, the guy who puts the ball in play a good amount. There's the 1-2. Hargett swings and misses. Just couldn't catch up to the fastball here, and Mooser has his 4th strikeout of the night.
Some good velo from him. And once again, hard to strike out Lee Sowers. Also pretty hard to strike out Perry Hargett. Does so right there.
So that brings up Kyle Langley here for his 2nd at-bat. He lined into a double play. Just took him 1 pitch last time. A guy who's been one of the Tom Sox better hitters with runners on, and he's not going to be able to get the job done here. Fielder's choice to end the 3rd inning. Brought to you by Mosquito Joe, doing bad things to bad bugs. As we take things to the 4th here, Tom Sox still trailing by 3. Beginning of the 4th year at CHO Airport Field, Cavaliers 3, Tom Sox 0. Ryan Pugh returns to the mound for his 2nd inning of work and draws a cut and a miss from the leadoff man, Keone Painter. It's a Tom Sox team that, after putting up 10 runs in their last playoff game yesterday, versus Stanton, have gone scoreless through the 1st third. As Pugh commands his control over the count here, 0-2.
Yeah, the Sox had 3 early in the 2nd yesterday. Haven't gotten that, obviously, through the 1st third of the game, but then took until the 7th inning before the offense got rolling once more. So, as I said at the end of last inning, plenty of time for the Sox to get the ball moving.
There's a line drive in the left field. Genuine moving over on the run. He makes the catch. That ball had a lot of tail to it towards the 3rd base line, but Will able to get there, and there's 1 away here in the 4th.
Yeah, obviously not something you can kind of really pick up on if you're watching this on the stream. Genuine, right off the bat, knew exactly where that ball was going. The second I saw him in stride, I knew he was making that play. He was confident in his angle, took a great angle down towards the line, saw that ball obviously a lot better than the one that was hit off of Peto's bat way back in the 2nd inning. But and got a great read on that. Good jump and a great play from Genuine out and left. Good makeup play.
First pitch misses outside to Caleb Estes, who scored on that error by the future Terp Jackson Soroy. Now the former Terp Estes comes to the plate here. Played his college ball most recently at Charlotte. Guy who's been around the block with a couple of different programs. Good slider there from Pugh to make the count 1-1. As the Tom Sox, you know, their offense against Culpeper has been kind of spotty. They've put up 10 runs in a game against them, but most recently they were only able to get 3. As Pugh deals just upstairs to make it 2-1. Of course, they were supposed to play a doubleheader, and they ended up playing it just a couple of weeks ago at the CHO, and they split 2 games. As here's a ground ball towards the right side. Sowers can't make the play on it, and Estes will reach safely. I'd be inclined to call that one a single. We'll see what our point streak guy Gannon says about that one, and he nods his head. So be a hit for Estes. He's reached in both of his at-bats.
That's another thing I've mentioned about Sowers is where he plays, where he's set up on the majority of batters at the plate, whether there's a runner on base or not, is kind of almost in double play depth where he's at right now, maybe a step or two over to his left. But it really kills him on any single ball to his glove side. There's a lot of plays, a lot of ground balls that, you know, you could potentially make the play right on the infield dirt before you get into the outfield grass. That takes him into the outfield grass to get to the ball, and those are just really hard plays to make off the lip.
First pitch taken outside by Melessa. It really is kind of a pick your poison situation when you think about it, because compared to where Hudson Luderman plays at second base, for example, he's a lot closer to the first base bag, but conversely, he's not going to be able to get as many of those balls that go right up the middle, as Melessa hits that one down the right field line foul. That will make the count 1-1.
First Heritage Mortgage.
And Sowers, you know, for a smaller guy out there at second base, he does have a pretty good arm. We've seen his range a lot, but moving to his left has been a bit of a struggle of his, and that was going to be a tough play anyway, with Estes moving pretty quickly down the first base line. So it's a 1-1 count here with 1 out. Estes on first, Melessa at the plate. Fastball clips the outside corner, and it's 1-2. Melessa 0 for 1 in this game with a strikeout. And now he's in jeopardy of striking out a second time here down in the count. Estes with a short lead at first. Pugh comes set. And the right-hander deals just outside, and it's 2-2.
And there's always a conversation about how you hold runners on first base. Some guys keep their foot on the bag and let the ball come to them and make the tag that way. Luderman's playing even with the bag right now, so any play he makes, he gets to kind of tag behind him. You get to the spot earlier, but you kind of don't allow the ball to travel as far. A lot of different mixed views.
2-2, and he struck him out. Good work there from Ryan Pugh as he collects K number 2 on the night. That will bring Colby Motley to the plate here with 2 outs. But to your point, Jeremy, I mean, there's been a lot of different first basemen for the Tom Sox this season. It's been kind of a revolving door. Patrick Nias has spent some time there. Hudson Luderman, Tanner Shadle played there at the end of yesterday's game. Elijah Williams also played there when he wasn't DHing. So everyone has a bit of a different technique as the ball is taken outside by Colby Motley. And, you know, these guys are coming from every corner of the country here to play baseball, and this coaching staff is not necessarily trying to teach them a whole new way of playing the game. Estes with a bigger lead now as he goes, and that ball popped up into right field. Perry Hargett near the wall will make the catch, and that will be the 3rd out. So good work from Ryan Pugh, pitching 2 scoreless innings. Tom Sox just got to get some runs here as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Culpeper still ahead by 3. Tom Sox come up to bat here in the bottom of the 4th. 3-4-5 will take the plate, and it starts with Jackson Soroy, who's 0 for 1 with the line out. Max Musser still on the mound here as the Sox really haven't given him much trouble. First pitch from him is fouled off towards the right side by Soroy. As that Purcellville and Strasburg game, the score still where it is at 7-6, although the game now in the bottom of the 8th. We'll keep updating you guys on the final of that one. As the 0-1, a slider in the dirt to make it 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, just another note on Jackson Soroy's outing yesterday, the second time this season that somebody's reached base 5 times. It was 4 singles along with a walk. First time since Andrew Manley on the 20th of June.
Breaking ball from Mooser just below the zone. And Soroy has really filled the spot for the Sox. I mean, Manley was an on-base machine, and Soroy is becoming that here. And he drives one out to right center field. Pato and Belk are near it, but it will be the right fielder, Belk, who makes the catch. And so Soroy, a couple of hard hit balls out there to right field. None of them are able to find the grass.
Designated
Yeah,
hitter,
hard hit baseballs going the opposite way, and you'll take that kind of every day. Anything hard hit to the opposite field is destined to get down at some point throughout the course of this game. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. That was his second at bat. If the offense can pick up, he can go to right field with confidence later down the line.
First pitch to Clayton misses outside. He's 0 for 1 with that broken bat pop out to Colby Motley over at first base. Mooser working quickly as that ball bounces away. He might have the fastest pace of any, definitely any starting pitcher that we've seen all season long.
I feel like we saw somebody earlier on in the season who had a pretty quick motion too. He ended up getting shelled by the Sox just because down the line he just had no energy left.
Clayton spoils that one to make it 2 balls and 1 strike.
Another quick update on that Purcellville-Strasburg game. There was a leadoff double off the bat of Bowles, puts a runner on second base with nobody out. Strasburg looking to provide some insurance and extend their 1-run lead before the top of the 9th inning. So we'll let you know what happens with that runner on second.
2-1, Mooser deals, and the breaking ball misses below the zone, 3-1. Tom Sox is, we've talked about all season long, a lot of their game is getting on base, not necessarily via the hit, but the walk, the hit by pitch. And so far, that's been kind of a struggle for them as Clayton fouls it off to make it 3-2. Mooser has done a really good job with all the movement that he has on his pitches. He's only walked 1 Tom Sock today in Perry Hargett, and that was the first batter he faced. And although Patrick Nias was able to reach on a strikeout since then, there's been not much other than a Will Genuine single. Full count here. Let's see what Clayton can do. He takes outside, and just like that, there's walk number 2 for Mooser. It puts a man on with 1 out for Patrick Nias.
Yeah, and Mooser's really thrown a lot of innings this year. He's now eclipsed, the 30-inning mark with a 31 to 14 strikeout ratio coming into this game. So that ratio goes now up to a 35 to 16 K to walk ratio. So definitely has that good mark in between the two of them. Has struck out a lot more batters than he's walked. But walk number 2 right there. Can it breathe life for the Sox?
Patrick Nias takes a first pitch breaking ball on the outside corner. Nias, as we mentioned, struck out in his first at-bat, but was able to get to first on the wild pitch. He's now got a man on here with 1 out in the 4th. Sox trying to climb back into this one after surrendering 3 runs in the 2nd. There's the 0-1 to him, and good block there from the catcher Ludero. Clayton retreats to first, and it's 1-1.
If you are a fan of the Purcellville Cannons, there was a 6-5 fielder's choice that erased the runner on second base, put a runner on to first, but there's now 2 down in the bottom of the 8th inning, still a 7-6 ball game.
1-1 count here with 1 out. Third pitch to Nias, swung on and missed. Good pitch. Fastball had some cut to it. I think if you're the Tom Sox, you might be more inclined to want to face Purcellville, as in 3 matchups against the Express, the Tom Sox weren't able to win any of them. Against Purcellville, they won both of their matchups. But they're just trying to win here against Culpeper first, as the 1-2 Nias takes outside. Ludero goes to his knees to keep that one in front of him.
There's also the nice added benefit if you do end up playing against Purcellville. It will be 2 games at home and 1 game on the road, compared to Strasburg, where you're going to be on the road for games 1 and potentially game 3 as well.
The Sox were able to beat Purcellville on the road and at home, both in the month of July, as the 2-2 is taken outside for a ball. Or, excuse me, the first Purcellville game was right on the end of June, at the end of the month. That game was only about 6 innings were played, as the game was then called due to rain. Then they later visited Purcellville and won. It's a full count here on Nias. Mooser deals, and he hits a high chopper that goes left of Randy over there at third, and we'll do it again.
And I think we can see the Sox game plan for today is to throw a lot of righties. In the bullpen, it's Riley Rorty, who now looks to be ready to get going. I'm assuming he will take over come the bottom of the 4th inning, and we'll see how the Sox handle the rest of this outing, or the rest of this game, further down the line. But the 3 righties have been used in the bullpen.
Another full count. Mooser deals. And Nia swings and misses. He's really got good work on that fastball as they tried to backpick Clayton over there at first, but he's in there safely. So Mooser gets his 5th strikeout of the game, and it'll be up now to Anderson French to try to extend this inning.
Just beat him with the high heat. I was expecting a fastball pinning on the outside. Went with the fastball upstairs. Nias chases through it for another strikeout for him.
So here's French, who's 0 for 1 with the strikeout. Just trying to move Clayton over there at first. First pitch from Mooser, a curveball that hits the knees to make it 0-1. The Tom Sox as a team yesterday in Stanton had 14 hits, and they've only mustered 1 here through the first 3 innings and change. Can Anderson French say something about that? Now they've caught Clayton. Did he swipe the tag? No, he did not. And that is how the inning ends. So Anderson French's at-bat will have to wait as Clayton's picked off. And the Sox go scoreless here in the 4th. We'll go to the 5th now. Sox trailing by 3. Beginning of the 5th here at CHO Airport Field as there's a new pitcher in the game. It's another day 1 Tom Sox. Riley Rorty out of ECU will succeed Ryan Pugh on the mound here. He gets to face 9-1-2 for this Culpeper order. That leads the Tom Sox 3-0. First pitch swung on and missed by the 9-hitter Evan Escobar.
Some great run on the pitches for Riley Rorty. That fastball is going to have a little bit of arm side run. It's not necessarily a sinker. It's not going to drop down a whole lot, but it's definitely got a little bit of arm side cut to it that really gets it on the hands of right-handers.
Second pitch from Rorty, a fastball misses upstairs. Rorty comes into this one with a .531 season ERA and just over 20 innings of work. With Rorty, he's improved a lot over the season. The walk numbers were really high at the beginning, and he's been able to gradually reduce them. He's behind in the count here, 2-1.
For anybody in need of express updates, they now lead 8-6 after an RBI single off the bat of Jake McCarter. And still 2 down in the bottom of the 8th.
Missing inside 3-1. Strasburg expressing their desire to go to the championship against the really stout Percival teams.
Shouldn't have laughed at that.
And yet you did.
And yet I did.
3-1 count here to Escobar. Rorty's pitch is swung on and missed here. 3-2. And, you know, against someone like Evan Escobar, who's hitting under 150 on the season, I reckon Rorty's best approach might just to be rear back and fire here.
Yeah, he got 5 straight fastballs.
Here's the pitch, and Rorty, that one spoiled by Escobar, will do it again on a full count.
An infield single, and Strasburg has loaded up the bases in the bottom of the 8th, still with 2 outs in the frame.
Here's the full count, and Rorty misses outside with the fastball. Leadoff walk here. We'll get a man on here for Culpeper with the top of the order due up in Keaton Burrows.
It's 3 out of 4 innings, or 3 out of 5 innings now, where the leadoff batter has reached base. In the first, that runner was erased due to the line-out double play, and in the second inning with Blake and Pato's double, came around to score.
Second baseman,
So
Keaton
we'll
Burrows.
see what the fate is for Evan Escobar this time around.
Burrows 0 for 2. He reached on an error in the first and then grounded out to Jackson Soroy in the second. He takes a first pitch slider off the plate for ball 1. Can close the book on Ryan Pugh. He goes 2 innings, allowing just 1 hit, no runs. Didn't walk anyone and struck out 2. So a strong performance from Pugh. Second pitch from Rorty swung on and missed. French feigned a back pick over at first, with Escobar with a pretty healthy lead out there. You're just joining us. Culpeper got all 3 of their runs in the second inning, as there's a costly error from Jackson Soroy that allowed 2 runs to score. The first run before that error came in on a steal of home with the runners on the corners. Culpeper was able to get the runner safely both to second and at home as Rorty throws back a second time. And, you know, there's a lot that's been said about the Tom Sox small ball this season, but Culpeper has almost been imitating them offensively in this game so far with the way that they've scored their runs. As the 1-1 from Rorty, foul tipped into the glove of French, but there hasn't been a lot of slug in this game, apart from the double from Blake and Pato, and yet Culpeper has a 3-run lead.
Yeah, it's just kind of the brand of baseball both these teams play offensively. The Sox don't really give up a whole lot of home runs. They don't hit a whole lot, but they don't give up a whole lot either.
Now they've picked off Escobar here as Luderman's just going to charge at him. Now they got him in a rundown, and Soroy able to tag him before he gets his hand in at second. Nice job by Rorty, as we now have our second pickoff in the last inning and change.
And it's that mirror baseball continues. It's a runner picked off to end the frame and a runner picked off for out number 1 here. And that'll go down as a pickoff 1-3-6, a caught stealing, whichever way you want to word that. But it was a leadoff base runner and a line out double play in the first inning, and you see another mirror play there.
Burrows sits on the slider and fouls it back. So now if you're Rorty, you can be a little more comfortable on the mound here. Don't want to give in against a good hitter in Burrows, but Tom Sox haven't picked off a lot of runners. We've seen it. Tim Lawson has done it once or twice. Rorty did a good job. We had an argument going on between Joey Davis and I think somebody in the Culpeper dugout.
It was
might have been
Ethan
Brandon
Belk.
Mack.
It was Ethan Belk, I think, awaiting on deck, who was talking back and forth with Joey as to who was responsible for picking up the foul ball there. Belk said it's your field, and as the on-deck batter, that's usually your job to go and get the foul ball from behind home plate.
1-2. Rorty strikes out Burrows, as Belk will now have his at-bat, but not before Brandon Mack, the Culpeper head coach, walked over from third to talk to him while the at-bat was going on. But this is not the first time we've seen kind of a contentious exchange here at CHO Airport Field. About a week ago, we saw Elijah Williams involved in a play at first base that really upset Covington, who was visiting. It's the first pitch to Belk is a slider that just misses off the outside corner. And in that scenario, the Covington head coach was actually ejected from the game. But otherwise, you know, it's been very cordial between these Valley League teams, and there's been a couple of exceptions.
Brought to you by Taylor's Auto Body.
You know, heighten the tensions in a playoff game, nothing better than that. Another update in that Strasburg-Purcellville game. It's now 8-6, going into the top of the 9th inning. So last ABs for Purcellville with a 2-run deficit.
1-1 swung on and missed by Belk. You could hear it from the Sox dugout.
They've got his last name and they're fired up. Rorty might just throw the hardest pitcher's outing right here.
1-2 count. Riley deals. And I think he overthrew that one as it misses outside.
And there it was.
You know what? Anything you can do to fire up your team here. You're down by 3, about halfway through this one.
We might just see 96 from Riley Rorty here.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Ball don't lie as Belk fans. It's the second strikeout for Rorty in the inning. And we go to the bottom of the 5th. I will hand play-by-play duties to my man Jeremy Rose, who will take you through the rest of this one. Stay tuned. We should have a good finish in store here from CHO.
It's bottom 5 from the CHO. The Sox face a 3-0 deficit to the visiting Culpeper Cavaliers with a trip to the Valley Baseball League Championship Series on the line. Max Moosers worked through 4 innings, out for inning number 5 once more, and he will face Anderson French, who is up when Brock Clayton got picked off to end the 4th. It'll be Anderson French, Hudson Luderman, and Will Genuine, who's 1 for 1 with the Sox only base hit, who will be up this inning. The first pitch from Mooser is way inside on Anderson French. If you guys are just tuning in, I'm Jeremy Rose, joined alongside Daniel Stein. And Daniel, we had some heat to end that top of the 5th inning. We'll see if that lights up a fire for the Sox. Mooser's 1-0. Goes with the breaking pitch, does not hit the inside corner yet again, now 2-0.
Yeah, it was a conversation between assistant coach Joey Davis and Ethan Belk, who was in the on-deck spot for Culpeper, but the Tom Sox had the last laugh in that exchange. But, I mean, that's winning the battle but not the war. So that, you know, it's good to get fired up, but now you have to turn that fire into some runs here down by 3.
A 2-1 count now on Anderson French. Mooser will kick and fire. Up the middle it goes and through the infield into the outfield for a leadoff base hit. Anderson French gets the ball rolling, the Sox' second hit of the day. And it just might be business for Charlottesville.
Yeah, Anderson French, who had his second at-bat cut short in the 4th inning because Brock Clayton got picked off. Now you got a Hokie on first and another Hokie at the plate in Luderman. And this is, I mean, it's do or die. The Tom Sox have, there's no series here when you're not in the championship. And so Tom Sox have 5 innings here to make their push for a potential championship game.
Another righty-on-righty matchup. Mooser versus Luderman. French off of first. The first pitch to Luderman, way inside with the off-speed, ball 1. And at bat number 1, Luderman flew out to center field. And you can hear it off the crowd mic, but some guys behind home plate saying you got to wear that one. we've got ice. 1-0 pitch on the inside into left field, way too far underneath it. It'll be settled under well by Max Melissa. He'll make the play for out number 1. Luderman is retired for 1 down here, bottom 5.
Yeah, it was interesting. Luderman popped that one up, and he looked back at, I want to say it was the home plate umpire. It might have been the catcher, too. This is not the first time we've seen Luderman do that, where the backswing has, I think, hit the umpire, and he almost got thrown out of a game for it. But unfortunately for him, not able to get that one on the grass.
So it's now Will Genuine who's collected the only other hit outside of French's single. He also had a single into center field back in the 3rd inning in his first at-bat. He'll take that one for ball 1. Mooser's worked pretty well so far, just 2 hits given up through 4 and a 3rd. He's behind here 1-0. Goes to the breaker that hooks itself into the zone for a called strike 1, the same pitch that we saw Lee Sowers fan on back in the 3rd.
Yeah, that's filthy. You don't see a lot of true kind of 12-6 curveballs in this league. Evan Allwine had one, but that's about the closest thing that we've seen since his departure.
The 1-1 fouled away. Now 1-2. Genuine upset with himself on that one. Knew that was the pitch to hit, but he laid off of it. Out in the bullpen, it is Brady Peck getting loose. Another right-hander for Purcellville. Excuse me, for Culpeper. Purcellville is down to their final out. Still down by 2 with a runner on second now. So Peck presumably will come in following Mooser's departure. But first, this at-bat right here. The 1-2 to Genuine. On the outside, does not catch the corner, will go even 2-2. Back-to-back lefties with Lee Sowers awaiting on deck. So 2+ matchups for the Sox. 2-2 goes to the off-speed, hit on the ground, off of the glove of Motley. Over at first, the throw over to him. Was he there in time? Yes, he was. Great recovery made by Keaton Burrows on the backup. Caught the deflection off of Colby Motley's glove. Tossed it back over to Motley at first for the 4-3 or the 3-4-3 put out. French moves over to second. And there's now 2 down here for Lee Sowers.
Yeah, do you call that a 3-4-3 if the first baseman didn't really have his glove on that? I mean, that's a really unfortunate situation for Genuine, as that ball really should have gotten through the dirt for another hit. But now you have French in scoring position for a high-contact guy in Lee Sowers.
First pitch to Sowers upstairs for ball 1. We'll see if Mooser goes back to that big looping curveball that he threw into Sowers that froze him for strike 3. An update in Purcellville, it's now 8-7 after an RBI single brings the Cannons ever closer. The 1-0 to Sowers goes to that breaking pitch, but it's a little low this time. Trey Freeman with the RBI single to bring home Mitsuki Kono, who had doubled with 2 outs. So down to their final out, Purcellville still fighting in Strasburg. And the Expresser, not on the Express train just yet. The 2-0 to Sowers upstairs, ball 3. He's way ahead here in this count.
The Express, they're not taking the fastest route to the win. They're, taking more of an Amtrak approach here,
Sure.
Just a slower ride. But we'll see. It might get derailed. You never know.
Time will tell. A mound visit in that game, so you're not missing anything. But first, the 3-0 to Sowers. That one's a called strike, now 3-1.
This is a pretty typical Lee Sowers at bat here. He's very patient, rarely swings at things outside of the zone, but now Mooser has made it competitive here, getting that strike.
His 3-1 offering does not catch the inside corner, and it's a 2-out walk to Lee Sowers, who uncharacteristically doesn't bat flip and instead just tosses it over to Kyle Langley, and it's now up to his best friend, Perry Hargett, with runners on first and second and a chance to, with one swing, tie this thing up. Not exactly a huge home run hitter for Perry Hargett, but he could do something right here in this at-bat. Hargett versus Mooser. Peck still getting loose in the bullpen. Not ready yet, I guess. First pitch to Hargett upstairs for ball 1. And there's going to be a little conversation between Ludero and Mooser on the mound. Purcellville down to their final strike here.
I'm really interested to see how this Hargett at bat goes, because he really couldn't catch up to the fastball. It seemed like he knew what he was getting. He guessed correctly, but he was just late on it. And, you know, there's probably a good amount of run on Mooser's heater, but Hargett is a guy who has really good bat-to-ball skills. And so you just wonder whether he can get things to turn around here.
The ball was put into play with 2 strikes on the batter in Strasburg. A little chopper back to the mound. The throw from Strasburg's presumably closer got away from Beaver at first. That puts runners on the corners now, still with 2 outs in the inning. So Purcellville holding on to their final breath. And as you've already mentioned, looking to derail the Express on the route to the VBL Championship Series. The 1-0 to Perry Hargett goes to the breaker. Misses inside for ball 2.
Just like one of my favorite bands said, I mean, one last breath for Purcellville here as they try to stay in that game. And those are just 2 really solid offenses.
A lot of firepower in that game. The 2-0 pitch to Perry Hargett. Misses low and outside. Now 3-0.
This could be Mooser's last pitch here. And so I think if you're Hargett, you have the red light.
And we have gone final as the 3-0 pitch is a called strike. We have gone final in Strasburg. The Express put themselves into a rough situation in the top of the 9th inning, but escape with an 8-7 win. So the winner of this game will play 2 games in Strasburg and 1 game at home. Into right center field off the bat of Perry Hargett on the dive, but it gets off the glove of Belk and down into right field. 1 run comes across the score. Sowers is held up at third, but it is an RBI double for Perry Hargett. The Sox have a run on the board and 2 runners in scoring position. Perry Hargett breathed some life into the Charlottesville Tom Sox.
This is just vintage Perry Hargett baseball, if you ask me. He hits the ball hard all the time, and I feel like it's always at an outfielder. But when you hit the ball hard all the time like Perry Hargett, sometimes the outfielders are going to mess up, and that's exactly what Belk does there. Maybe the Tom Sox getting in his head a little bit, not able to make that catch, kind of similar to Genuine out there in left field earlier in this game. Just didn't take a very good route to this ball, and now the Tom Sox are on the board here, and that's really all it takes.
So we'll have a quick little mound visit. We'll see if this is the hook. Does not appear to be so. It looks like Mooser will stay out there to try to retire the final batter here in the 5th inning. But Perry Hargett roped that one into right field in a diving attempt from Belk, who, as you mentioned, kind of took a weird angle on it. Had to outstretch his glove kind of back towards the direction he ran in from and couldn't make the play. So off of his glove, and Hargett ends up on second. Sowers was held up on third on the play. So it's now runners into scoring position for the Sox. Best hitter with runners in scoring position, and Kyle Langley at the dish. Hasn't been able to make it work so far today, but there's no better opportunity, no better guy for the opportunity than Kyle Langley.
And not to get lost in that play, Perry Hargett's elite base running and aggressiveness able to get into second on that one.
The first pitch to Langley way upstairs. A little pull side shift action for Culpeper as Keaton Burrows shifted over. And you see Escobar shifted over as well, as along with Caleb Estes at third. The 1-0 pitch looped in there. It's the off speed for a called strike 1.
The Tom Sox completely avoiding hitting that curveball, and quite frankly, I don't blame them because it's a tough pitch to face, but if you can just stay on the fastball, then they're going to get some results.
The 1-1. Back to the breaker. It gets into the dirt and off the mask of Ludero. Coming in to score with ease is Lee Sowers. It's now 3-2 as Perry Hargett moves over to third on the play. The Sox are 90 feet away from knotting this one up. And it's now a 2-1 count on Kyle Langley.
And that's why you avoid the breaker. When you have that much movement like Mooser does, if you spike the ball, it's going everywhere. And that's going to really not be a good outcome for any pitcher. And that's exactly what happened there, as the ball just got away. And Langley was able to lay off, and Sowers came in to score.
So it's disaster defensively for Culpeper. And now a 2-1 count to Langley into right field. We are tied. Kyle Langley does what he does best. It's an RBI single, and it's 3-3 right here at the CHO.
Well, what did I say earlier? Stay on the fastball, and you're going to get results, and that's what Kyle Langley does. He's always been one of the more professional hitters on the team, taking his at-bat and finding the heater and driving that one into right field.
Disaster strikes for the Cavaliers. Jackson Soroy now at the plate. Langley off of first. We're tied up, and everything happened that inning with 2 down. Anderson French led off with a single through the middle, then back-to-back outs off the bats of Luderman and Genowine. Put 2 outs on the board. Sowers works the walk. Hargett with a double into right. Kyle Langley with the single to knot us all up. Now 1-0 upstairs to Jackson Soroy.
Although Soroy is 0 for 2, it's a very unlucky 0 for 2. He's put the ball in play hard to the opposite field in both of his at-bats here.
Back-to-back hits to right field. Can Jackson Soroy keep the trend going? Mooser pauses his 2-0 pitch, fouled away towards the right side. Presumably the last batter that we're going to see Mooser face. I thought they'd go to Peck, following that at-bat from Kyle Langley to face the right-hander in Soroy. But instead they hold off, and Max Mooser remains on the mound. Brandon Mack still yet to pull the plug on his starter. He's through 4 2/3. Can he make it through 5? He'll go 2-1 to Soroy. Swing and a miss for strike 2. And after the Sox pieced together 6 straight hits yesterday in Stanton, it's been the name of their game all season long, just keeping the line moving, guy after guy, working an at-bat, getting a base hit, working a walk, putting a ball into play, causing some chaos. Can Mooser shut it down here? He'll make a pickoff attempt first. It gets away. A bad throw from Colby Motley puts Kyle Langley on to second. He's going to stretch it over to third. Randy Tomlin will hold him up there. And now 90 feet away once more, this time for the lead.
It's going to be an error on Mooser. It's not the first time we've seen this in this game, as he threw one into center field back in inning number 2, but now Soroy's job is a lot easier here. You still have to extend this inning, but the runner, instead of being at first, is over at third. And another note on Mooser, I mean, he's into the 90s in pitches so far. This is going to be number 93 here.
Trying to extend their starter as much as possible. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed, and he will finally get out of it. But not before the Sox strike back with 3 of their own here in the bottom of the 5th inning. We're all tied up at 3 as we head to the 6th. It's a brand new ball game. The Sox put up 3 in the bottom of the 5th. It's a brand new ball game from the CHO. Riley Rorty, after holding the offense off for Culpeper in the top of the 5th inning, now gets the chance to hold them off once more here, all knotted up at 3. With the winner of this game going on to face Strasburg in a 3-game set to determine the VBL champions for the 2025 season. 4 innings of baseball left to determine a winner here. The first pitch from Riley Rorty, a called strike to kick off the 6th.
I mean, this game, I think, now had an injection of energy, especially at the end of last inning when Culpeper was up to bat. And in the bottom half, I mean, that's just exactly what the Tom Sox needed. They needed a big answer.
Riley Rorty now ahead 0-2. A huge answer for the Sox. Everybody doing their job in the inning. A trio of base hits. A walk worked by Lee Sowers. And finally putting some blemishes on Max Mooser's outing, which was stellar through 4. But things obviously came off the rails there in the 5th. The 0-2 pitch. An ugly swing from Ludero, but he fouls it off of his hands to keep himself alive.
You know, Rorty sometimes can have trouble locating that slider, but sometimes it really just doesn't matter because there's so much movement to it that opposing hitters have a hard time squaring it up.
Another 0-2 offering from Rorty, a wave and a miss on a dirty slider from Riley Rorty. That's out number 1 here in the 6th. Some more words, this time between a fan and our home plate umpire here today, who was whistling after the swing and miss from Ludero, the catcher, and home plate umpire none too pleased at the talk towards the catcher. First pitch from Rorty, another slider, this time to Blagan Pato, misses outside.
In a way, this is kind of what you expect, or what you would expect for a playoff game in these kind of leagues. You know, Sox have, because of all their rainouts, have had kind of a hard time assembling a consistent crowd that shows up, and that's no knock on the residents of Charlottesville. It's just been, the schedule has just been all over the place, and so you want to make sure that the fans, that now that they show up.
Pato out into left field, off the wall. It stays in the ballpark, and he'll be into second base with his second double of the game. So Blagan Pato wants to take this lead back for Culpeper and gets himself aboard with a 1-out double.
I think Pato could have a pretty interesting conversation with James Nunnally in the "How are you not in the Cape Club?"
Yeah,
but
it's really out, like, it's astounding. I'm not really sure what he's doing here.
Either way, it's a godsend for Culpeper, and this ball was ever so close to being a home run, but it's that power to left field. He showed it at Culpeper County High School last time these two teams played, and he's showing it again here.
Yeah, and he's been phenomenal in his limited time here for Culpeper. It's a wave and a miss from Keone Painter, his second double of the game. He's had the Sox number all year. He's had everybody's number all year, on a run similar to what Elijah Williams did, honestly, for Charlottesville. In terms of the offensive production, just a big spark towards the end of the season. Obviously, Williams went down with an injury, unable to finish things out with the Sox. That one gets straight underneath French, who will recover quickly, and Pato stays at second. It's now 1-1. But just a big offensive spark that really drove both Culpeper and Charlottesville, in the case of Elijah Williams, through a good stretch in the middle part of July and propelled them into their solid playoff spots now. The 1-1 to Painter, fouled away.
That foul ball was brought to you by First Heritage.
Obviously, Pato will be able to finish off this season for Culpeper. See if he can leave another stamp on this one. He's got a stolen bag, a pair of doubles, and a run scored already. He leads off of second. The 1-2 pitch from Rorty, way inside. And we're even at 2-2.
Even with that double, though, if you're the Tom Sox, you still have all the energy because of that 3-run inning last time out.
Rorty's 2-2 into foul territory down the third base line. It's going to get out of play off the dugout. So Painter with another life and another 2-2 pitch coming soon from Rorty. Brady Peck has really been getting warmed up for the better part of the last, what feels like 30 minutes. I would assume his arm is ready to go. And evidently, Culpeper will turn to him in the 6th. First, the 2-2. into left field. Genuine this time will settle underneath it with ease. For out number 2, Pato holds at second base. And Riley Rorty is 1 out away from escaping the 1-out double.
That was kind of a strange movement on that ball off the bat of Painter. I mean, it was kind of an inside-out swing. It was in on the hands. Off the bat, it looked like it was going to be a lot closer to right or to left center. And Genuine, of course, is an outfielder. Your first step is always back, but then he moves in to make that catch. But good job there by Will.
Yeah, it was a lot further towards the left field line than I thought he was going to be. I thought he had honestly lost the ball because with the window situation here, we can't really see a whole lot once it kind of gets up to the level of the lights. But Genuine in the right spot. And now an 0-1 pitch from Rorty, right back up the middle. It'll get into center field. Pato speeds around third. There will be no throw home. Culpeper regains the lead here. It's 4-3 Cavaliers.
Caleb Estes just showing that experience there and really taking one out of the Tom Sox playbook there by just roping it right up the middle. And that's a backbreaker for Rorty after getting 2 outs in that inning. And, you know, Pato is really tough. He's going to get on base pretty much any way he wants. But with 2 outs, that one's going to sting as Culpeper regains that lead.
That 1-out double, obviously not a great outcome off the bat of Pato initially, and then the run comes in to score. Caleb Estes has reached base in all 3 of his at-bats, a pair of singles, along with a walk that he worked in the second inning. He will go on the pitch. The 0-1 swung through. The throw down. Is it in time? No, it is not. Jackson Soroy applies the tag. But third base umpire, who's covering second, and Landon Rochelo Schultheis, says otherwise. There will be no additional review, but it's now an 0-2 count as Melissa fell to a knee swinging through that one. Can Rorty shut it down here? The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Culpeper gets one. Riley Rorty gets a pair of strikeouts. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Culpeper leads once more. It's 4-3 Cavaliers. Culpeper regains the lead in the top of the 6th inning off the back of an RBI single from Caleb Estes to bring in Pregame Pato. They now lead by 1, and it's a new pitcher on the mound in Brady Peck for Culpeper. What do we have on Brady Peck?
It's not a lot of work for him. He's only pitched 2 innings, and that ERA sitting at 22.5 in his 3 games of work. He did start once, but hasn't seen the Tom Sox this season, so we'll see what the kid from Gardner-Webb can do here.
And speaking of Gardner-Webb, a shout out to our guy Brandon Eldridge on his recent commitment as of this morning to Gardner-Webb University. He'll play alongside Pat Neas. So congratulations to him. He is now up to the Division I level, played last season at Florida Southwestern, and now makes it up to Gardner-Webb. Excited to see what he does there. A 1-0 count now on Brock Clayton. Cuts through that one. We're now even at 1-1. He ended that swing with a weird, like, almost holding a lightsaber stance with his feet both facing Peck on the mound. It's a new one for me. The count's now 1-1. Pitch way inside. Brush back. And Clayton's now ahead 2-1.
Maybe just trying to emulate a Jedi in this duel of the fates, you know.
Sure. It's not Star Wars Day anymore. You can't make those jokes. We already did our Star Wars Day jokes, though you can never have too many, but the reusable ones. Yeah. Peck's 2-1. Called strike 2. And with no swing on that one, Clayton clearly in no rush to put bat to ball here. 2 can play this game. Maybe it's a duel of our fates. A 2-2 count here from Brady Peck into Brock Clayton. Leadoff batter here in the bottom of the 6th. Goes to the fastball elevated, will run full.
Nice at bat here from Clayton so far, and you know the strikeouts have been an issue for him, but in his 2 at bats he's popped out and walked here, but in a full count he's on the cusp of walking again.
Peck's first batter. The 3-2 pitch to the fastball on the inside, a called strike 3. Clayton goes down looking for out number 1 and the first strikeout of the game for Brady Peck.
Well, now you get an interesting matchup here with a couple of guys from Gardner-Webb will face each other here. And for Neas, it's been kind of a tough game for him so far. But with Patrick, I feel like his games just get better as the day goes on. He does a lot of damage in the late innings and usually has a lot more power in the late innings as well.
Down by 1. What can he do here? The first pitch he sees, it's a slider that misses the outside. No chase from Neas, who thought about it. And this is maybe a matchup that has happened a couple times in practice. Brady Peck was injured in his sophomore season of high school and didn't play a whole lot. Was at Maryland for a couple of months, then left, recommitted to Gardner-Webb, and then didn't play at Gardner-Webb. So maybe these two matched up in practice, but presumably the first time in a game for these two. It's a 1-1 count after a fastball that Neas didn't take a hack at. Peck's 1-1 pitch back to the off speed, cut on and missed from Pat Neas. And he's now down 1-2. Anderson French waits on deck, who got the rally started to kick off last inning with a single through the middle. Might have to keep things alive here in the 6th. Peck, another 1-2 delivery, just misses downstairs, 2-2.
Good take there from Neas, who's usually hunting fastballs, but able to lay off that one, and Peck now has to take a long walk off the mound to discard a ball. But for Neas, I mean, it just comes down to when you put the ball in play, things generally go better for the Tom Sox. I feel like that's just been their offensive identity this season.
Yeah, he's unfortunately 0 for 2 so far today with a pair of strikeouts. Reached on the first one off of a wild pitch. The 2-2 in the dirt. Neas lays off another full count, so it's back-to-back batters against Brady Peck, who will reach a full count. Running up his pitch count early could be beneficial for the Sox down the line to try to get through as many pitchers in this Culpeper bullpen as possible after we got 5 innings of work from Max Musser. We'll step out and we'll reset. And he might be actually hurt on the mound here. Mason Breton getting loose. This might be the hook for him. Peck looks like he might have injured himself on that one, had to step off of the mound. And coming out to talk with him now is Brandon Mack, the head coach. We'll talk it over with this guy. No motion over to the bullpen just yet. But a strange check over to his guy on a 3-2 count.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, CHO Airport Field is a high school field, and obviously there's been a lot that's happened with the rain and the, you know, lack of kind of up-to-date grounds. But Peck's going to come out of this game. I don't exactly know what. I think this could be an arm injury, but
that's my presumption. He's walking off just fine, giving everybody fist bumps with his left hand. His glove is in his right hand. We'll see if he makes his way back around to the trainers, but it kind of looked like he stepped off the mound, shook his head at Ludero behind the plate, and that will be the end of his outing. So it's Mason Breton on the mound. He will come in with a 3-2 count, and we will be right back from the CHO for the end of Patrick Nias' at-bat. Still 4-3 Cavaliers. Mason Breton now into the game for the Cavaliers. He will face a 3-2 count. The first pitch will be lined towards the left side, a diving attempt, and snared from Caleb Estes. So he picks up the RBI single to give Culpeper the lead in the top of the frame and robs Pat Nias of a hit in the bottom of the frame. There's now 2 down here in the 6th.
Yeah, and with that, you can finish the book on Peck, as that at-bat is officially going to be charged to him. But now you got to adjust here if you're the Sox with a whole new arm in the game here.
A cut and a miss from Anderson French on the first pitch he sees from Breton. Mason Breton been a pretty 50-50 guy for Culpeper on the mound. Plays both ways, but has been, I think, more consistent at the plate than he really has been on the mound. Hasn't been all too phenomenal in a handful of outings.
Some time being taken as Anderson French, I think, was kind of clutching his lower back after taking that swing.
Took a hearty hack at the first pitch he saw. On the second one, he swings and misses yet again. And seems to be okay this time around. Definitely, I'm sure, still feeling whatever pull happened on pitch number 1. He's now in an 0-2 hole. Off speed, out and away. Now 1-2.
Yeah, Randy walked over from his spot at third, but by the time he had gotten about a quarter of the way there, they were already playing.
Quick movement from Breton. He goes back to the fastball into right center field. Belk settles under it in center field. He makes the play for out number 3. So the Sox go down in order in the bottom of the 6th inning. Still face a 4-3 deficit. We'll see you in the 7th. Six down and 3 to go from the CHO. We are through 6. Culpeper leads 4-3 on the road with a trip to the Valley Baseball League Championship Series on the line here in Charlottesville. Riley Rorty on the mound for his 3rd inning of work. The first pitch misses outside to Colby Motley.
Rorty now kind of breaking the mold here as he's the first pitcher in this game to go into a 3rd inning.
Yeah, nobody else from the Sox Crater opened with 2 innings. Ryan Pugh followed with 2 innings of his own in relief. Now Riley Rorty out for a 3rd inning after coming in to kick off the 5th. He's even 1-1 with Motley, who's 0 for 2 on the day. Motley ahead 2-1 now. Motley reached on the E6 that brought home a pair of runners back in the 2nd inning. That extended that lead initially for Culpeper and has flown out to right in the 4th. 2-1 now. Fouled away. We're even 2-2. These two teams will be on the road in their next game regardless of who wins. Strasburg will host. The 2-2 pitch, a fan and a miss. Riley Rorty racks up strikeout number 5 on the outing, and there's one down here, top 7. The winner will advance to face Strasburg, and it'll be 2 games, or at least the first game in Strasburg. The 2nd game will be a home game for the winner of this matchup, and the 3rd game, if necessary, will happen in Strasburg. Fastball way upstairs to the 9-spot hitter in Evan Escobar.
Make that a new Tom Sox high in strikeouts for Rorty on the season. His previous high was 4 in his last game versus Waynesboro, and so it just continues to add to the point that he has really gotten better as the season goes on, and he's also done a good job providing, eating innings for this Tom Sox team. July 17th versus Culpeper, he went 3 2/3. Then he went 4 1/3 against Waynesboro.
1-1 pitch flared out towards right field. Hargett coming in, rolling to his left. He'll make the play for out number 2. But as you were saying, after a rough first 2 starts for Riley Rorty, maybe even make it a rough first 3 starts, as he gave up a combined 11 runs through those first 3 starts. Only 6 of the 11, or excuse me, yeah, only 6 of the 11 were earned, as that Tom Sox team at the start of the season was plagued with errors defensively. Kind of has settled in since then, really hasn't done a whole lot, as Burrows squares to bunt on the first pitch. It's downstairs for ball 1, but he's really been a good, not just innings eater, but been an efficient eater of those innings for the Sox, and has pitched well when his name has been called.
I think that one of the reasons for that is he's very much not quite in the mold of what a lot of these Tom Sox pitchers are. His approach is, yes, he does have a wicked slider with a lot of movement, but his approach is a lot more about pitching to contact than someone like Luke Crater, someone like Saxon Roberts, for example. And so when the ball is put into play, out of the right hand of Rorty, it is not as much of this kind of all-or-nothing approach as we see from some of the other pitchers.
Yeah, it's just definitely very different out of his right hand than it is for some of the other guys. The 2-1 pitch in the dirt. That 1-1 pitch just missed the inside corner. Went with the off-speed pitch. Burrows laid off of it, and it didn't work its way back in for a called strike. So Burrows is now ahead 3-1. Belka waits on deck. 3-1 pitch misses outside with the slider. So the first walk of the game, or excuse me, the second walk of the game registered for Riley Rorty. And just walk number 3 defensively for the Sox. And we're into the 7th inning, so pitching a lot better in that aspect. It's just been the duo of errors, and mostly just the one from Jackson Soroy that have really hurt the Sox.
And also only his second walk in 11 batters faced.
Into right field, the first pitch. Hargett comes in, takes a step back, it goes off of his glove. Burrows over to third as he stole on the play. Perry Hargett drops the routine fly ball. And with 2 outs, there's now runners on the corners for Culpeper.
Yeah, a rare E9, and even more rare coming from Perry Hargett. And, there's been a lot of these fly balls that have had kind of strange paths to where they eventually end up. This one's another inside-out swing that's carrying towards the line, but it's still uncommon for Perry Hargett. And you also have to wonder how much of the lights is kind of playing a part in this, because, it's 11:22 here. This is as pretty late. The Tom Sox really haven't played that many games at this time of night.
Pickoff move over to first, not in time. And yeah, this is probably the second latest we've been out here. The only other time was the 19-inning doubleheader that ended with the Lee Sowers walk-off single through the middle. And that was Hargett's first error of the season, a very sound defender. We'll get the first pitch to Lodero, cut on and missed with the fastball. 0-1.
In that game that the Tom Sox ended up walking off, you didn't have a final score until midnight, and
yeah,
the way this game is going, we're probably heading towards a similar conclusion.
Already ahead 0-1. This one skied into left field. Ranging back is Jackson Soroy. He will make the play, falling back into left field for out number 3. So a scare as we see the first error of Perry Hargett's career here, but no harm, no foul. No runs come across the score. We will stretch here from the CHO. It's 4-3 Cavaliers. A beautiful rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game sang by our fellow media members here in the press box. As the vibes are high here, the Sox still trail by 1, but plenty of baseball left, 3 at-bats remaining for the Sox. As with 11:25 shown on my phone, we're headed towards a late one here from the CHO. First pitch up in the air, down the first base line. Colby Motley initially didn't have a good read on it, recovered well, and makes the play in foul territory for out number 1.
Yeah, rough first pitch there from Luderman, just getting under that one. And, you know, you mentioned it, the vibes are high, and, you know, the Tom Sox have gotten momentum in some strange ways in this game. One of it was an argument between an assistant coach and an opposing player. That led to 3 runs, so can our rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game re-energize the Sox into this final push here?
See if it can work. The first pitch squaring to bunt was Genuine. He pulls back, and it's ball 1. And a switch I forgot to mention earlier is Ethan Belk and Blagan Pato have swapped spots in the outfield, so Pato moves over to right. Belk now in center field. He made the final play of the 6th inning. Out in center. Scoring again is Genuine. The pitch way inside from Breton. Now 2-0. Maybe Breton is adopting a method that's used by Trevor Booten as well, of when the guy squares to bunt, you just throw at him. A 2-0, scoring again and pulling back once more is Will Genuine, and it's another ball. He's ahead 3-0.
This is really funny because the Tom Sox really don't bunt at all with the bases empty. And I suppose if it's anyone, it's Genuine, sure. On a 3-0 count, he's not laying anything down here.
Will he square once more? The 3-0, he squares again, pulls back this time, takes the strike, and it's now 3-1, assuming he will get to his swings now. It's a thing you do in the cages, too. You know, you square a bunt to time up the pitcher. Maybe that's what he was doing. See if it works out here. Breton's 3-1 delivery way upstairs for ball 4, and we will never know if Genuine really had his number. He leaves a note for Lee Sowers, who approaches the plate and will walk his way over to first with a leadoff walk. And the tying run is now on base.
Well, now Sowers here, who is 0 for 1 with that walk in his last at-bat in the 5th. And, I mean, this is the part of the lineup that you want here. 9-1-2 coming up. Perry Hargett had that RBI double. He's on deck. Kyle Langley tied things up. And let's see what Sowers can do here.
First pitch from Breton on the outside just misses for ball 1. And Lee Sowers is truly the party walker in the house here for the Sox. He gets himself on base via the walk better than just about anybody besides Jackson Soroy. A pump fake from Genuine, and another ball thrown by Breton. Genuine stays at first with 1 down here. Maybe just timing up Breton's delivery. See if he takes off this time around. It's 2-0 on Lee Sowers. Breton from the stretch, he will pick off. Genuine with plenty of room to get back. Almost landed on the base with his arms kind of up in the air. It wasn't even a dive, it was more of kind of a fall onto the base. So maybe some more room to get for Will Genuine in his lead.
And the Sox have to be careful because they've already been picked off once on the base paths.
Genuine aggressive at the plate. The 2-0 pitch is a called strike. And on the lower half, but you have to remember Lee Sowers is not a tall guy with a very low stance as well. That pitch probably in at his knees. Didn't like the call, but it's a strike nevertheless. Now 2-1. Breton slide step pitch, and Lee Sowers cuts through it. We're even at 2-2. We'll see if Genuine decides to take off here to stay out of the double play ball. Obviously, the worst case scenario is that strike him out, throw him out. And with Breton throwing from the slide step with that pretty lively fastball, it's going to get to the mid of Ludero pretty quickly. Breton's 2-2 delivery back to the slide step, and it goes way inside. Genuine holds up. Ludero makes a nice stop to keep it from going to the backstop. We'll see a full count here.
This is a nice at-bat here from Lee, and Breton has shown that he's been a little bit more all over the place than Mooser was command-wise, and so now you got to hunker down here on a 3-2 count.
Breton's 3-2 pitch goes to the off-speed. It's a called strike 3. Sowers bat flipped thinking he walked, and instead he's rung up for the 2nd time today. There's now 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Will Genuine still aboard first base, and it's up to Perry Hargett to keep things moving like he did back in the 5th.
Yeah, they've really played Sowers well today. The off speed, you know, he's always, I think, going to start off by taking that. And, you know, I think that last pitch from Breton was painted. I don't disagree with that strike call, but I think that that's a really tough one to swing at on 3-2, especially when you're expecting the fastball.
Struck out twice to the breaker. And now Perry Hargett takes that breaking pitch in there for strike 2. And Mason Breton, after allowing Will Genowine to get on in what wasn't really a competitive at-bat, has fired back. Got Sowers to strike out and is now ahead 0-2 on Perry Hargett. The 0-2 pitch, a fastball, just misses outside. Hargett doesn't offer at it, and he'll survive one more pitch.
Maybe doing his best Lee Sowers impression with that take. That, I think, really could have gone either way.
Looked good on the corner. Called a ball. His 1-2 goes upstairs. Genowine takes off. He got a pretty rough jump. They'll call him out for out number 3, and we'll head to the 8th inning after Genowine is hosed out by Ladero. Culpeper still leads 4-3. The most dangerous hitter in this Culpeper lineup is up to lead off here in the top of the 8th inning, protecting a 1-run lead as Blagan Pato steps in with a pair of doubles already and a pair of runs scored off of those doubles. The first pitch from Riley Rorty misses outside for ball 1.
This is now the 4th inning of work here for Rorty, and you know, his max for the Tom Sox this season has been 4 1/3. So this is something that to keep an eye on here. How long of a leash does Rorty have here?
There's some motion out in that Sox bullpen. It is Trevor Booten getting loose, who will presumably go the final 2 frames. Now 1-0 as Pato swings through it, or even 1-1. Pato 2 for 3 today with the pair of doubles. Struck out swinging in the 3rd. Doubled off of Rorty in his last at-bat against him. And swings through the 1-1 pitch, and he's now behind 1-2. Already back to the off speed on back-to-back pitches. It's worked twice. Will he go back to it again here? It's Pato, Painter, and Estes due up this inning. 4, 5, and 6. Fouled straight back. Pato stays alive once more.
And you can tell why he goes to Coastal Carolina, one of the top teams in the country. He swings through that slider on the outside corner. He gets another one, a very similar spot, but he's able to recognize it and spoil it away.
Can he survive one more? The 1-2 pitch from Rorty. Another slider, he lays off of it. Even at 2-2. A heavy dose of anything but the fastball in this at-bat to Pato, as the 2 fastballs that he's been able to jump on have gone both off the left field wall. 2-2. Skied into the air down the first base line. Will it stay in play? It does stay in play. Riley Rorty had to jump up onto the mound and home plate tarps, but not fast enough to make the play, as it's a very weird corner right next to the Tom Sox dugout. The collection of players had to evade that part of the dugout, and I think Tanner Shadle was recording a perfect sit out there and has now lost said perfect sit due to the movement location. Give you guys another update on that one, maybe in a Twitter post or something after the game. The 2-2 from Rorty to the fastball, just misses on the upper half.
It's a good pitch, fastball up, but Pato just not biting on it. And now you're in a 3-2 count here. You got to give him, I think you go back to the slider. That's what's worked best in this particular at-bat.
Will he turn to it here? The 3-2 goes to the off-speed, a bat flip from Pato, but it's a called strike 3 instead. K number 5 for Riley Rorty for out number 1 here in the top of the 8th.
Nice work there. He must have been listening to the broadcast somehow, because he paints that one. Didn't have as much movement as you've previously seen with some of his off-speed stuff, but when you get a guy like Pato out, I mean, you have to work for it, and that was a really nice pitch made there by Riley.
Yeah, almost more of a cutter on that one. Just had a little bit of love side run, and now his first pitch to Keone Painter misses downstairs, ball 1. So retires Blake Pato on a beautiful full count pitch. And now he's behind 2-0 to Keone Painter. And we've kind of seen the method for the Sox here in this one, pitching-wise. It's been 2 from Crater, 2 from Pugh. Inning number 4 right here from Riley Rorty. And you've got the right-hander and Trevor Booten awaiting in the bullpen. So it's been a full dosage of righties. The 2-0 a called strike. And for a Sox team that's very lefty-dependent when it comes to the bullpen, having, you know, only one guy available in Saxon Roberts after today, if the Sox do manage to advance, is going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, but and that is a fair point. But I think what Coach Tomlin and company have thought about is it's really hard to look ahead to a game that you don't know if you're going to play in, right? And you really have to focus on the game that's in front of you, and that's why they're taking this approach.
The 2-2 squares up Painter in the back. Obviously not an intentional pitch based on Rorty's reaction. Never trying to hit a guy on a 2-2. The pitch just kind of got away from him to the left-hander and Painter, who will pretty angrily walk over to first, as I think anybody would when you take 90 miles an hour to your back. Rorty checks in on him. Painter seems to be okay, and it's now Caleb Estes at the plate, who has not gotten out yet today.
And you could hear it, maybe our crowd mic picked that up, you could hear Rorty say, "That's on me," as he walked over to his catcher, Anderson French.
First pitch in the dirt. French blocks it up nicely. 1-0.
I mean, he's fired up out there. You can see Riley, after every miss, you know, he's kind of wincing a bit, and after every good pitch, he's really excited.
The 1-0, he goes for a pickoff instead. Back in safely is Painter. So you hit the guy in the back, and then you throw another one right at him when he's on first base. Painter, a stolen bag already. Was the steal of second that turned into the first run of the game, as a well-executed double steal with him and Blake Pato put a run on the board. Randy Tomlin is going to step out here and come talk to Riley Rorty. Wouldn't assume this is the yank with a 1-0 count on Caleb Estes. Or maybe those pickoffs were just a way to stall a little bit more. Either way, Rorty, in his 4th inning of work, has picked up 6 strikeouts, given up just the 1 run on the Estes single that brought in Pato after his 1-out double off the wall, giving up a walk, or a pair of walks, and it's been a great outing, honestly, for Riley Rorty today.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to keep him in, and I agree, Jeremy. I think the move would have been to take him out after the hit-by pitch, but because of the way he's been playing, I think Coach Tomlin wants to see this one through. But, I mean, this is a really big test. This is probably the toughest part of the lineup. You get Pato, who you take care of, Painter in a lefty, that you hit in the back, and then now you have Caleb Estes, who's had a really good game.
2 for 2 with a pair of singles, a walk, and a pair of stolen bases. Another pickoff from Riley Rorty here. Back in safely for the 3rd time this at-bat is Keone Painter. Rorty back on the rubber. Down 1-0 here to Caleb Estes. Goes with the slide step, goes with the slider, and it misses 2-0.
I gotta say, and I know Painter is not a guy who's been with the Cavs for this entire season. He's only played in around 12 games for them, but 1 stolen base. I mean, you got to focus on the batter at hand.
He is now behind 3-0 to the batter at hand in Estes, and will have a lot of work to do. Can't give him too good of a pitch to hit with only 2 at-bats left for Charlottesville to try to claw back and even up the score or take the lead here today. The 3-0 pitch misses downstairs. It seems like French had a rough time handling it, but it will now put runners on 1st and 2nd, and here comes Randy Tomlin, and this time it will be the official hook. So Riley Rorty's day is done, and the Sox will turn to their closer turned setup man turned closer yet again in Trevor Booten to come out here and escape a jam in the top of the 8th inning, still down by 1 from the CHO. Trevor Booten on in a jam here in the top of the 8th inning, a spot he's pretty comfortable in. Runners on 1st and 2nd, 1 out, and it's the 7-hole hitter in Max Malessa at the plate, who's 0 for 3 with a trio of strikeouts already. Booten's first offering into the lefty, fouled straight back for strike 1. Keone Painter off of second after he was hit in the back by Riley Rorty. Then Caleb Estes worked a walk. Rorty was pulled, and now Trevor Booten in to try to give Charlottesville another chance with just a 1-run lead, or just a 1-run deficit. He'll fire in the 0-1, fouled back again from Malessa, who now falls into an 0-2 hole.
Yeah, and I mean, for Charlottesville, like, this is it. You have Booten into the game, a Valley League All-Star, a sub-2 ERA in 15 innings. He's been that consistent back-end bullpen guy. And, you know, the way that this game is right now with the score that we're at, you're expecting Booten to finish this game.
He's ahead 0-2 on Melessa. What can he deliver from his three-quarter spot? Pitch misses up and out. Ball 1. And you and I kind of talked about Trevor Booten's new arm motion that he's developed since being here in Charlottesville this summer, which is a big reason as to why he came back in the first place. Was here last season, won the championship with the team last season, switched his arm slot to try to provide some more movement on his pitches, and it's worked out well so far. The 1-2 pitch up and out again, even at 2-2.
Yeah, and I mean, you know the talent's with him, right? I mean, he plays at Auburn. That speaks for itself. But, you know, just trying to take your game to the next level, that's really been his project this summer. And, you know, through this season, it's definitely yielded results.
Does he have one more in him here? Well, kick and fire, the 2-2 pitch swung through from Max Melessa. The first batter that Trevor Booten faces, he retires via the K. It's 4 strikeouts today for Max Melessa, the golden sombrero. And now Colby Motley up with 2 gone here, top 8.
First baseman, Colby Motley.
Just a nice job by Booten. His stuff, it's not, doesn't have the most velocity of the relievers on the team, but it's got a lot of movement, and especially to a lefty, and Melessa, just that outside tail really sealed the deal there on that last pitch.
It's a natural sinker for him, as he threw pretty hard over the top prior to this season, and then brought it down to that 3/4 arm slot, the new motion, and it's worked out so far so good for him. And he's now ahead 0-1 here on Colby Motley, who's also 0 for 3 here in this one. The 0-1 pitch goes to the slider. Motley cannot touch it. He's now down 0-2. Booten a strike away from escaping. So Booten back into the stretch. Can he close it out here? The 0-2 offering on the ground, foul down the third baseline.
Yeah, another slider there from Booten. Didn't quite get as outside as he wanted to, but still ahead in the count here, 0-2.
Big at-bat right here against Colby Motley, the Culpeper Home Run Derby participant. Leads the team with 4 bombs on the season. A couple of guys have 3, but nobody with the 4 that Motley has. Booten's ahead 0-2. He kicks and fires. Goes to the fastball. A swing and a miss. Trevor Booten escapes the jam. And the Sox still down by 1. We'll have the top of the order due up in the bottom of the 8th inning, looking to stage a comeback. The bottom of the 8th inning, Mason Breton back onto the mound. It's the top of the order for Charlottesville as they look to take down Culpeper As we look back at the bracket, Culpeper took down Covington in a barn burner at home, then went on the road to Harrisonburg, took care of business there. They're on track to take care of business here and face Strasburg. The Sox beat Waynesboro here at the CHO, then went on the road to Stanton yesterday afternoon, staged a comeback there and took down the Braves. And now they face a deficit here, 4-3 in the bottom of the 8th. Perry Hargett, the leadoff hitter, takes that one for strike one.
Yeah, and Harrisonburg, the top seed in the division, taken down by Culpeper. I mean, you know, for a team that comes in as a 4 seed, doing what they did to take down a really solid Turks team, and then now walking into the CHO here with the lead, it's pretty impressive.
Pitch misses outside, now 2-1. In the 8th inning yesterday for the Sox was the catalyst. Kyle Langley led off, and it was a string of 6 straight base hits that poured in 4 runs and padded the lead for Charlottesville. Hargett will foul that one off of Ladero behind the dish. 2-2. Langley got it rolling out in Stanton yesterday. Can Hargett get it rolling here? So far today, he's 1 for 2, had the double into right field in the 5th that gave him both an RBI, and then he came around to score with a run, had a walk in the 1st, and struck out in the 3rd. Breton, the 2-2, to the off speed on the inside, does not catch the corner. Full count. Breton with 2 Ks already. Does he have a 3rd in him? The 3-2 pitch back to the off-speed pitch. Hargett goes down looking. Mason Breton with the slider for out number 1 here, bottom 8.
You know, it's tough because there's been, I think, 3 of those backwards Ks due to the off-speed pitches. And from the outside view, you wonder, why are you taking that when it's right down the middle? But it's just credit to these Cavalier pitchers. They have really good movement. And
Langley chops it over to first. The play made by Motley in time on his toss to Breton for out number 2. And Charlottesville is down to the final 4 outs here and still trail by 1.
And if I could finish my thought on that real quick, it's you really can't do much but to tip your hat when you're throwing the off-speed pitch with consistency and success on these 2 strike counts.
Yeah, and you know, you take any count you want, you throw your off-speed stuff, and it's had Charlottesville kind of guessing all night long. The slider there to Jackson Soroy misses inside, and it's 1-0. That 1-0 fastball way upstairs. Soroy in a good hitter's count here, 2-0. But the thing with Breton and these Cavalier pitchers is you don't know if you're going to get a fastball on 2-0. This 2-0 offering goes to the off-speed, misses way inside with that one. Now behind 3-0. Soroy presumably will be taking here, unless he gets the absolute perfect pitch to hit. Breton, the 3-0. It's the fastball down the middle. Soroy will take it, and he's still ahead 3-1.
And the Culpeper pitching is especially tough on a guy like Jackson Soroy, who's really been getting a lot of those low-line drives. I mean, they're primarily on fastballs.
Will he get one on the 3-1? Breton kicks and fires. He gets a fastball, but it's way inside. He'll take it for ball 4. Jackson Soroy. The tying run is on base with 2 gone here, bottom 8.
Nice at-bat there. Jackson really didn't chase anything in that at-bat, and so, you know, for as quiet as the Tom Sox offense has been these past couple innings, you have to remember that it is a 1-run game, and the tying run is on base right now.
With 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning, Jackson Soroy represents the game-tying run. Brock Clayton gets the fastball, but he's just a tick late, fouls it off to the left side. That might just be the best pitch he's going to see this entire at-bat, with a heavy dose of sliders coming out of the right hand of Mason Breton.
Well, now you have to refocus. You know that you're going to get a heavy dose of the off-speed pitches. Can you recognize it out of the hand?
Will Breton continue to attack here? The 0-1 offering goes to the slide step, and a kind of defensive swing right there from Brock Clayton on the 0-1, and falls behind 0-2 here. Can Clayton get the better of Breton? He struck him out in his last at-bat. First batter he faced. Will he do it here? We'll have to wait another pitch. Clayton fouls it straight down. Excuse me, Clayton yet to face. Mason Breton was the first and only full batter that Brady Peck faced. Was retired via the strikeout there. He's 0 for 2 today with a line out. That strikeout and reached via a walk in the 4th. Does he have a clutch moment in him? The 0-2 pitch from Breton into center field with some pop underneath it. Ranging back is Belk, and he will collect for out number 3. We'll head to the final frame here from the CHO. The visiting Culpeper Cavaliers are 3 outs away from a trip to the VBL Championship Series. Trevor Booten back out for the top of the 9th inning. Still facing a 1-run deficit. He'll look to hold off Culpeper before the Charlottesville offense will have to surge back in the bottom of the 9th inning if they want to tie this one up or go home happy campers. His first pitch misses inside for ball 1. He'll face Evan Escobar in the 9 spot. Then it's to the top of the order with Keaton Burrows and Ethan Belk. Escobar so far today 0 for 2. A strikeout, a flyout, and a walk. Booten, the 1-0, into right center field. Coming over is Hargett, and he will make the play for out number 1.
Nice job by Perry there. I'm sure he was extra concentrating on that one. And that's not an easy play to make, as he had to cover a lot of ground to make that catch. But, you know, the approach for the Tom Sox here is just you need a 1-2-3 inning.
He'll have to face Keaton Burrows now, who's 0 for 3. Reached on an error to lead off the game. And reached via a walk in the 7th. He squares to bunt, pitch outside, ball 1. Was the first Riley Rorty strikeout victim way back in the 5th inning. Then reached on a 2-out walk in the 7th against Rorty. He's ahead 1-0 on Booten. That 1-0 pitch down the middle called strike 1. You can feel the tension at CHO Airport Field. The 1-1, Burrows squares, gets it down, but it's fouled straight down into the batter's box. Now 1-2. Burrows trying to sneak his way on base with a nice bunt down the third baseline, and instead we'll have to find some other way on. He's now down 1-2. Trevor Booten, one of the guys who throws better when people square to bunt than just about anybody else. We talked about how he throws at batters sort of intentionally. Kind of did it there with the tailing sinker. On the ground towards the left side, Nias will handle, throws over to first, a strong throw in time for out number 2.
You know, baseball is a funny game. I was literally just about to mention how we really haven't seen that many ground balls kind of deep into territory between third and short there. But right on cue, Patrick Nias gets one, and you know, there's been a lot of ups and downs with the infield and errors, and especially with today, but Nias does a good job doing his job there, and now you got 2 outs on the board.
So 2 gone here. It's Ethan Belk, who's also 0 for 3 today, 0 for 4, make that. First pitch to him, a ball on the outside. Belk lined into a double play in the first inning. Grounded out in the third, struck out in the 5th, and reached on an error in the 7th. Up for AB number 5, looking for hit number 1 today. A chopper towards the right side. Sowers collects the throw to first in time. And we will head to the bottom of the 9th from CHO Airport Field. Charlottesville's season hangs on by a thread. Do they have a moment in them in the bottom of the 9th inning? Let's see. One final hope for the Charlottesville Tom Sox. It'll be Patrick Nias, Anderson French, and Hudson Luderman to keep the season alive for Charlottesville. They're down 4-3. Mason Breton has been dealing on the mound, and he will face 5, 6, and 7 with a chance to advance the Culpeper Cavaliers into the VBL Championship Series. The first pitch missed outside to Patrick Nias. The second one skied into center. Ranging back is Burrows. Coming in is Belk. Burrows makes the call and makes the catch for out number 1.
Just got under that one, and Burrows went pretty far into right field to the point where I thought maybe something would drop, but now it's just next man up.
It'll be back-to-back Hokies as the last-ditch effort for Randy Tomlin's squad here in 2025. The first pitch to French, he will swing through it for strike 1. And we saw kind of an awkward at-bat from Anderson French last time up, kind of overswung on the first pitch that he saw from Breton and ended up flying out pretty weakly. The 0-1. Will it catch the inside corner? Yes, it will. Breton ahead 0-2. This is the third full inning of work for Mason Breton. He came in halfway through Pat Nias' at-bat in the 6th and has been lights out since. The 0-2 into right field with some pop underneath it. It's a short porch out there. Does he have enough? It's off the wall. Anderson French into second base with a 1-out double, just inches away from a game-tying home run out to right.
I mean, this is what you get with Anderson French. He had a ball just like this yesterday in Stanton that was inches away from being a grand slam. And now you got the fellow Hokie in Hudson Luderman coming up to the plate in a huge spot. But boy, that ball was close.
And that's about as close as it gets here at the CHO without getting out. A leaping attempt from Pato couldn't corral it, and it hit just barely off of the top of the wall. Needed just a little bit more to carry out. But now Hudson Luderman, with a chance to be the hero here, will take strike one. And the gasps from everybody on their feet with that ball in the air off the bat of French. The 0-1 pitch to Huddy, way inside, 1-1. And Huddy thought it hit him in the shoulder and started kind of walking over towards first. And home plate umpire will say, no, it did not. And it's a 1-1 count. Will Genuine awaits in the on-deck circle with one down here, top 9. French off of second, the 1-1 pitch, low and away for ball 2.
I mean, every pitch matters, and you know, if you're Ludero back there at catcher and you're French over there at second, you have to be an eagle on the bases. Don't get caught sleeping, but be ready to pounce if the ball gets away.
Breton, the 2-1 delivery, fastball low and away, ball 3. Luderman in the driver's seat here with his teammate off of second base representing the game-tying run. Luderman had a home run way back in May. Does he have a May performance in him? The 3-1, it's the fastball down the line, it's fair. Rounding third and coming home to score is Anderson French. And we are tied. The Hokies come through with back-to-back base hits. And now Hudson Luderman on first base is the game-winning run and the VBL South winning run for Charlottesville. With another clutch hit to the pull side, it's 4-4.
And for all the jokes that we've made about how much he pulls the ball left of the pole and, you know, can't straighten out his swing, he puts a really dang good swing on there, just out over the outstretched glove of Estes at third, and enough to score French, who is not the fastest of Tom Sox, from second. I mean, stone cold there from Huddy, able to tie this game up. And now it's next man up here with Genuine.
Worked himself into a great 3-1 count, got the fastball, and did what he does best. It's the pull side power from Huddy. And now he represents the game-winning run. The first pitch to Will Genuine downstairs. It gets to the backstop. And now the game-winning run moves into scoring position.
They're going to rule that a wild pitch, and this one just spiked. And now, I mean, Genuine is a high-contact guy, but you really have to stick to your principles as a hitter here and go through your processes.
Can Genuine deliver? The newest Tom Sock, what does he have in him? The 1-0 pitch. Up and out, 2-0. It's a pure hitter's count for Will Genuine, with a chance to send the Sox to the VBL Championship Series. Hudson Luderman off of second base. A 2-0 count. Mason Breton kicks and fires up and away, ball 3. Ladero with potentially a game-saving play to reach out and grab that one and prevent Luderman from getting over to third. Breton threw 3 solid innings and is now facing a whole lot of trouble. The 3-0, a called strike to Will Genuine. Hudson Luderman delivered in a 3-1 count last at bat. Will Genuine has the same fate here. Can he deliver in the clutch and make the Tom Sox VBL South champions for a second year in a row? The 3-1 offering. It's the off-speed upstairs for ball 4. Just misses. And now Lee Sowers up with runners on first and second and 1 gone here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
You know, as dramatic as that at-bat may seem, it really isn't that bad of an outcome for Culpeper, because now you have a chance to get 2 outs here in one swing. And ultimately, that runner at first really doesn't matter, but Genuine really didn't see anything that was really hittable in that at-bat, and he did a good job just not swinging out of his shoes, not letting the moment get to him. And now you got Lee Sowers, a guy who has walked it off against this Culpeper team at the plate.
He's done it before. Can he do it again here? Lee Sowers has been the hero. And can he be the hero here tonight? The double play is in order. The shift is on. And it's Hudson Luderman off of second base. Will Genuine, who just worked a one-out walk off of first. And with one down here, bottom 9, Lee Sowers at the dish. He's 0 for 2 today with a pair of strikeouts. The first pitch to him in the dirt. Ladero with another great play. Keeps Luderman at bay on second. A 1-0 count to Lee Sowers. Had a walk in the 5th. Came around to score. And a pair of strikeouts looking on some dirty off-speed pitches. Can he make up for it here? The 1-0. Another off-speed. It's called for strike 1 on the inner half. One to Sowers. Goes the opposite way, and on a line it'll get out of play, won't stay fair. Hear the oohs and ahs from the crowd. That was the contact Sowers was looking for. Just couldn't keep it within the foul lines. He's in a 1-2 hole now. Breton from ahead. The 1-2 offering. Chopped on the ground towards Burrows at second. He has to back up to make the play. He'll only have one out, and it's to second base. So now Hudson Luderman 90 feet away at third. And 2 gone here in the bottom of the 9th inning with Perry Hargett at the plate.
It's a good job by Sowers here avoiding the double play. And, you know, this at-bat, he was in his head the whole time because he had that walk-off hit against Breton. But again, do your job. Keep the station moving. Now it's up to Hargett.
Perry Hargett with 2 outs. The first pitch, a fastball called strike on the outside. Hargett got the ball rolling in the 5th inning with a double to the opposite field. Hudson Luderman stands 90 feet away with a trip to the VBL championship on the line. 0-1 offering into left field, and it's snared by Evan Escobar. A robbery from Escobar at short. The ice cream cone grab will send us to extra innings right here from CHO Airport Field. It's all knotted up at 4. We'll see you in the 10th.
extra innings here at CHO Airport Field with a trip to the Valley League Championship on the line. The Tom Sox had some heroics in the bottom half of the ninth, tying things up on a Hudson Luderman RBI single, but now it's Trevor Booten's job to keep this game tied. He will face Alejandro Ludero. The first pitch to him is drilled into center field. Kyle Langley is going back near the wall. He's got it. A loud out number one here.
Whew.
Now, as a reminder, there is no ghost runner rule here in the extras in the Valley League. In the regular season, you saw it in extras, but in the postseason, it is no longer there. So that runner would have tagged up. There is no runner this time. Instead, there's one out, and Blagan Pato up at the plate.
And we have officially hit the 3-hour mark of baseball here, or we are a minute away from that 3-hour mark, 15 past midnight.
Strike one to Pato. He's been the thorn in the side of the Tom Sox the past 2 times these teams have met. He has a pair of doubles in today's game, but also a pair of strikeouts. Here's the 0-1 from Trevor. Missing inside to even the count.
This is the right fielder, Blagan Pato.
The Tom Sox faithful have stayed here to watch the conclusion of this one in what has been a great game so far. The 1-1 off speed misses inside, not by much, and it's 2-1. Booten, this is his 3rd inning of work here, as he just tries to send the Tom Sox into the 10th with this one knotted at 4. Here's the pitch. Pato takes inside on the heater, and it's 3-1. Keone Painter waits on deck here for Culpeper. But the Tom Sox, in that last inning, able to have some guts, really, with their backs against the wall against Mason Brenton, as the 3-1 is on the inside corner to make it 3-2. Lee Sowers had the RBI walk-off in the doubleheader against Culpeper off of Bretton. He had another productive at-bat, but they couldn't get the winning run home. But now it's on Booten here in a full count with 1 out. Here's the pitch. Pato fouls it off towards his own dugout, and we'll do it again.
Still a little speechless from the end of that last inning. The offensive firepower the Sox brought in the bottom of the 9th, counteracted by Evan Escobar, saving Culpeper's season with an insane vertical grab at short.
3-2, 1 out. Booten fires. Pato swings and misses. 2 away. He strikes out for the 3rd time, and Booten picks up strikeout number 3 in his outing.
And he's been the true 2-outcome guy here today. A trio of strikeouts and a pair of doubles off of the left field wall. So a resounding strikeout there from Boot for out number 2.
Brings up Painter to the plate, who was hit square in the back in his last at-bat. First time facing Booten today, and the first pitch is popped up towards the left side. Genuine will not have a play. And Painter also singled in the 2nd. Since then, had a line out and a fly out.
No movement in either bullpen. Bretton's gone 7 innings as his longest start, so his pitch count can definitely get up there.
0-1, fouled straight back. Might have taken a deflection on the way, and it's 0-2.
I think our microphone just got shot out of the fence there. But it survives.
0-2 with 2 outs. Tie game, 4-4 in the top of the 10th. The Tom Sox were chasing one in their last chance, and they got one. Now, can they send themselves to the bottom half of the inning with the game tied? Booten's 0-2.
Oh my God!
Just off the plate. 1-2 now against Painter.
Still 1-2-5. Don't think about it.
Booten comes set and fires. Here's a line drive out to left field. Will Genowine barely had to take a step, and we are going to the bottom of the 10th. Booten pitches a 1-2-3 inning. Now it's up to the batters to try to send the Sox to the VBL title. Bottom of the 10th, 2-3-4 due up as the Tom Sox try to punch their ticket to a Valley League title game. It starts with Kyle Langley facing Mason Breton. The first pitch out of the wind. Langley swings and fouls it away. Kyle in this game has grounded out twice, but had that game-tying RBI single back in the 5th. And the kid who played 2 full seasons just up the road in Harrisonburg at JMU in a big spot. Here's the 0-1. Langley takes inside, 1 apiece.
Yeah, Kyle Langley, the consistency guy all season long, and nobody else I'd really want to lead off this inning here.
1-1 to Kyle. Swinging a ground ball over to short. Picked cleanly by Escobar over to first. In time to get him. That play was close with Langley's speed, but nonetheless, there's 1 away.
I thought that Motley, might have come off the bag there on that play, not realizing how dirty the inner half of that base is. You really just can't see the discrepancy between the actual base and the dirt without a pretty good look at the bag.
And so now Jackson Soroy, who's been so fantastic over this past second half of the season. First pitch to him, a breaking ball that misses inside for ball 1. Soroy has reached once with a walk in his last at-bat and has flown out to right field as well as lined out. Here's the 1-0. Ball in the dirt, 2 balls, no strikes. Brock Clayton waits on deck, Patrick Neas in the hole. 2-0 count, 1 out, 4-4 game. Bottom 10, here's the pitch from Brenton. Soroy fouls it away. Another guy who's playing his summer ball in the backyard of his former school. A kid who grew up in the state of Virginia from Leesburg and now will be moving to the other side of the Potomac. Does he have some magic here? The 2-1 to Soroy. A slider misses outside. 3 balls, 1 strike.
The count to be in for Jackson Soroy. You're hunting that fastball. If you don't get that fastball, you lay off.
Breton out of the wind on a 3-1. Soroy takes up and in, and the winning run is on first.
Very disciplined at bat right there from Jackson Soroy. That pitch, obviously not too competitive, but you've got to work your way into the count to get an uncompetitive ball 4. And Jackson Soroy did what he does best. And now he's aboard as the winning run.
And so here is Brock Clayton, who went yard in the previous matchup between these two teams. with the winning run on first. The first pitch to him. Clayton fouls away.
Some action in both bullpens for Culpeper. Mason Sawyer's getting loose. He's got a sub-2 ERA and 14 2/3 innings pitched.
Soroy over there at first has 5 stolen bases. He has been caught 3 times. Here's the 0-1 from Breton, and Clayton takes just inside.
And a good spot on the inner half. If Ludero's set up on the inside, I think that one's a called strike. He was looking for the outside corner on the fastball. Breton threw a good pitch on the inside, but Ludero had to reach across.
1-1 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th. Breton deals. Clayton swings and drives it into left field. Melessa is over and left. He will not have a play as it just lands left of the Culpeper bullpen. It's a 1-2 count here. Soroy still at first and 1 out.
Sawyer's warming up for Culpeper, and for the Sox, it'll be the first lefty of the game. And Alex Bingler, who is tossing in the bullpen. We'll see if Randy goes to him if we make it to an 11th inning.
1-2 to Brock. Curveball way outside, and it's 2-2. Clayton has built a reputation as a guy who really expresses whatever emotion he has. It's been excitement, it's been anger. What does he have in store here? He's caught for out number 2. Breton with that great off-speed pitch picks up another strikeout. That's his 4th of this one.
Yeah, just a unfortunate outcome right there for Brock Clayton. Had the chance and just kind of got rung up on a beautiful pitch.
And now it's up to Patrick Nias, a guy who's been here since day 1. The rising sophomore takes and swings at a first pitch and fouls it away.
0 for 4 so far today for Pat Nias. And if anybody's due right now, it's this man at the plate.
A couple of strikeouts, a line out, and a pop out to second base. Second pitch to him, dots the outside corner, and it's 0-2. The Sox are going to have to hunker down here. If Breton escapes, this could be his last batter. Can Nias get Soroy running over there at first? The 0-2. Nias takes outside, and Soroy swipes second. The winning run is now in scoring position.
And a great play from Jackson Soroy. Was safe on that no matter what. Had a beautiful jump off of first. And now he stands on second in scoring position. Pat Nias just needs to find some outfield grass.
1-2, 2 outs. A man on second in a tie ball game. Here's the pitch. Nias takes outside. An eagle eye from Patrick, and it's 2-2.
And that's a gorgeous slider right there from Breton. Can't really execute a pitch much better than that one. Doesn't get the call, gonna have to work back here in the 2-2.
2-2 with 2 outs. Breton fires. Nias swings and misses. He dealt a high fastball, and Nias strands Soroy over there at second. We will head to an 11th. Things all tied up at 4 with the Tom Sox trying to advance to another Valley League championship.
Caleb Estes at the dish to lead off here in the top of the 11th inning. All knotted up at 4. Trevor Booten back on the mound. He's through 2 2/3 so far. 3.1 is his season high. And he's worked pretty well so far. Does he have another inning in him? It'll be Estes, Melessa, and Motley. And Caleb Estes has reached base in all 4 plate appearances, a pair of doubles, and a pair of walks as he takes pitch 1 outside for ball 1. For Booten on the mound, this will be pitch 31. It's low, now 2-0. And he's going to get a fresh baseball, try to reset his grip. Alex Bingler still getting warmed up in the bullpen. He's on standby if need be. It's the righty in Estes, the lefty in Melessa, then the right-handed Motley and Escobar. Booten's 2-0 pitch. Jams him and fouls it straight back. Kind of righty-heavy lineup that we've already talked about. The Sox have exhausted 4 of their 5 right-handed pitchers. The only one to remain is Saxon Roberts, who it seems like the Sox will hold on to for another opportunity potentially down the line against Strasburg if things go their way here tonight. The 2-1 pitch catches the outside corner. And a gift right there for Trevor Booten. Evens up this count at 2-2.
Yeah, we haven't seen that outside corner called, but he gets one there, and now you're just 1 strike away.
All knotted up at 2-2 in a 4-4 ball game here, top 11. Nobody out. The 2-2 pitch on the ground towards the left side. It gets under the glove of a diving Jackson Soroy. And Caleb Estes' great day continues. He's reached base all 5 plate appearances along with a trio of singles, and he represents the go-ahead run on first base.
Yeah, this was going to be a tough play either way because this one was stung off of Estes' bat, but it didn't look like Soroy got the best kind of initial look at it. He moved to one side, then had to move to the other, ended up diving for it, couldn't make the play. But, you know, Booten's a guy who induces a fair amount of contact, and you're just looking for another ground ball here.
Booten retired the first 8 batters he faced before Estes hit the leadoff single right there. So now runner on first, nobody out. 2 stolen bags already today for Estes. First pitch to Melessa, skied foul. Melessa has been anything but positive at the plate today. He's 0 for 4 and has been retired 4 times via the strikeout. Booten's ahead 0-1. We'll take a peek at the runner, kick and fire. Just outside, 1-1. Waiting on deck is Colby Motley. Evan Escobar potentially due up this frame as well. Booten peeks at Estes, his 1-1 into center field. Skied high into the air, Kyle Langley will collect. And it's a tag from Estes on a rough throw from Soroy. The tag isn't in time. No, it's not. So Caleb Estes tags up from first on a fly out to Kyle Langley, who kind of just eased the throw in there, caught the defense off guard, and with great base running, puts himself into scoring position.
Yeah, now that kind of changes your approach here for Booten. You don't really want as much contact as you previously would if Estes was still on first, and this is just a smart play, and you know, the chances of that happening are so slim. The fact that, you know, the Tom Sox kind of lollygagged that one back into play and they still almost got him out is kind of a testament to how close that play is, although we might maybe get
no review.
No.
No additional look. Every single play counts, and Caleb Estes makes a great baseball play there to tag up on the fly out into center field. The tag just a touch late from Lee Sowers. And a lackadaisical throw from Kyle Langley puts the go-ahead run into scoring position with 1 gone here. The first pitch to Colby Motley misses outside for ball 1. Motley 0 for 4 today. Reached on an error in the second. Flew out and has struck out twice. Booten looking to lock things down. He's behind 1-0. Takes a look back to to Estes, and fires the 1-0 to Motley, who falls to his knees as he fouls it straight back 1-1. Some words of encouragement to Anderson French behind the plate, saying you can back pick him. That's been a disaster for the Sox this year and seems to work about 25% of the time. 75% of the time it ends up in center field and a runner on third. And presumably French has been told not to test that. But a big lead over there at second for Estes. Got a good jump off of second base. Should make scoring on any single pretty easy. The 1-1 goes to the slider for a called strike. Throws Colby Motley on the 1-1, and he's now ahead 1-2 in the count.
I would be pretty surprised if there was any kind of throw actually back to second base, and I would be even more surprised if they sent Estes here. It's just not in the cards.
Booten, the 1-2 delivery, chopped into play. French comes over. He's got to go over to first. It's in time, and a great play from Anderson French on a swinging bunt. Records out number 2. Estes moves up 90 feet, and he stands 90 feet away from giving Culpeper the 5-4 lead.
This is a really good play by French. We've seen this before where Tom Sox catchers have had some trouble getting it over to first. There's no way you're getting him at third. It's the correct play, and now there's 2 outs. You need an out here.
It'll be Evan Escobar at the plate, who robbed Perry Hargett of a game-winning single into left center field in the bottom of the 9th. Has a chance to be the hero for Culpeper with Estes 90 feet away. He'll cut through the first pitch he sees for strike 1, drops his bat and has to adjust his grip here. He's down 0-1. Escobar 0 for 3 today. A pair of flyouts, a strikeout looking, and a walk. Searching for his first hit, the 0-1 on the ground to Soroy. He's going to have to make a tough play on the run. It's in time. Hudson Luderman makes the stretch, and we are headed to the bottom of the 11th inning. All knotted up at 4. The Sox with one more chance to walk things off and head to the VBL Championship Series. The man who sparked the rally in the bottom of the 9th inning leads us off here in the bottom of the 11th. Anderson French at the plate. It'll be French, Luderman, and Genowine. Due up here, bottom 11 with a chance to walk things off. It's 12:41 on Monday morning as Anderson French fouls the first pitch he sees down the left field line. Estes will run out of room. Strike 1. French today, 2 for 4, a pair of runs, and a double that was inches away from carrying out of CHO Airport Field in the bottom of the 9th. It's been a marathon. Can French end it in a sprint? Count evens up at 1-1. Back and forth all day long. Breton, the 1-1 pitch way inside. French takes 2-1. It was 3 from Culpeper in the top of the 2nd. 3 from the Sox as an answer back in the bottom of the 5th. We'll get a 2-1 pitch here. Chopped on the ground. It's a foul ball. Motley handled and made a great play on it. But it'll even up the count at 2-2. 3 from Culpeper in the top of the 2nd. The Sox responded with an emphatic 3 of their own in the bottom of the 5th. Culpeper responded right back with 1 more in the top of the 6th. And the Sox, down to their last breath, scratched one across bottom 9. We've been knotted up at 4 ever since. The 2-2 to French. The off-speed misses up and away. 3-2. For Mason Breton today, that was pitch number 80. The 3-2 on a line. Play made by Keaton Burrows. The throw to first is in time for out number 1. And a nice play by the new Wofford second baseman. Retires French here, bottom 11.
Yeah, kind of a knuckling, I don't even know if you can call that a line drive, more of a pop-up there. And looked like from our view that Burrows caught it on the hop, or caught it on the fly, but decided to throw over anyway. But again, it's what we've talked about these last couple innings, Jeremy. It's just next man up.
Mason Breton, his season high is 99 pitches thrown against Waynesboro. Luderman chops the first pitch he sees over to third. Estes makes the play, and it's 2 quick outs and leaves Will Genuine as the last chance here in the bottom of the 11th for the Sox to walk home happy. Genuine so far today, he's 1 for 2 with a pair of walks, a single, and a ground out to the right side. Evan Tavares now awaits on deck. He will take over for Lee Sowers if we get there. The first pitch to Genuine. A slider wrinkles in there for strike 1. Genuine walked in the bottom of the 9th and was put out on a 4-6 fielder's choice. He's down 0-1. Breton's pitch fouled straight back, now 0-2.
And if Tavares does take this at bat, there's probably going to be some defensive changes, obviously, with Sowers in the 9 spot. I'm presuming that it's going to mean that French will probably not catch as he has for the past 11 innings.
The 0-2 off speed, way upstairs and out. Presumably French would move over to first, Luderman over to second base, putting Evan Tavares back behind the dish is what I assume Randy Tomlin will roll with if we make it to a 12th frame here. Genuine trying to extend the bottom of the 11th. 2 quick outs for Charlottesville, and now a 1-2 count for Will Genuine. Breton kicks and deals. It's a fastball, but it just misses. 2-2.
This is what Genuine's done really his entire time with the Tom Sox. It's really misleading the fact that he hits 8th, because you look at his at-bats today, single, 2 walks, that fielder's choice, which probably should have been a hit. Just the consistency in his at-bats.
2-2 from Breton. Swing and a miss. Goes down on the inside slider. We will play a 12th inning here from CHO Airport Field. Once again, all knotted up at 4.
We will play a 12th inning here from the CHO as things still tied up at 4. Alex Bingler into the game for the Tom Sox. Trevor Booten's day is done, and Jeremy, a heck of an outing for him.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Boot, he's not going to be lined up for anything, but he gives the Sox 3 2/3. It's a season high for him, not a career high. He pitched longer last summer for Charlottesville, but 3 2/3, just 1 hit, and that was the only base runner he allowed on. No runs, no walks, and 3 strikeouts, and really just kept the Sox in the game through the first 2 extra innings along with the 9th.
First pitch from Bingler is swung on and missed by the leadoff man, Keaton Burrows, who is now taking his 6th at-bat in this one.
Something to look for, Daniel, also is this is the first lefty of the game, and it's a very, very sidearm motion.
Second pitch, Burrows fouls it away. Luderman over towards it, but has no play, and it's no balls, 2 strikes.
It's not as far out there as, you know, Chris Sale would be, but definitely not over the top from the left-hander. And after seeing righties for 3.5 hours, it's a big switch up.
0-2. Burrows spoils once more. And we'll do it again here. It's a good point to make, and there are so many lefties in this Tom Sox pitching staff. It's such an anomaly when you think about it, the fact that you really have such a little amount of right-handed pitching, but that's just the way things have gone here this summer as the 0-2 misses badly from Bingler.
Yeah, it's just you end up with, you know, Evan Allwine goes down with the foot injury that takes him out of the season. He was your right-hander and your ace, and just never really found a whole bunch of right-handed pitching. It was just a lot of lefties who came into Charlottesville at the start of the season.
1-2. Outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes here, with the top of the order looming. This is a game that started in a previous day. Start time at 9:17, and we now stand here at 12:49. As that ball misses outside from the left-handed Bingler, and it's now 3-2.
Very obviously trying to paint the outside corner against Burrows, and he hasn't chased on the past 3 that he's seen. Might be time to go back to the inside.
A tough matchup here. Alex Bingler's 3-2. Drive into right field. Hargett moving over. He will make the catch on the, not be able to make the catch on the run. A bloop single as, boy, down the line here where we're positioned in the press box, it can be hard to see things, but what exactly happened on that last play?
Yeah, just sorry, I'm the one with the angle down the right field line from our spot here in the corner of the press box. We should probably figure that out for next summer. Maybe sliding over so we can actually see everything. But it just blooped down kind of right in front of Hargett. Not much he could do there. Had a good route. Had the speed he was looking for. Just perfectly placed by Keaton Burrows.
So now Ethan Belk, as Patrick Nias will move in and play close to the grass. Bingler will throw over to Burrows, who sits at first.
Leadoff batter, and Estes got on base last inning. Worked his way over to third and was stranded there. Bingler's going to need some more heroics to keep that going.
Bingler throws back a second time. Good job by Luderman reaching up for it. Burrows, 14 stolen bases on the season. I think the Tom Sox might be concerned about a potential bunt situation. Bingler has yet to throw a first pitch here to Belk. Now he does. Belk squares outside, ball 1.
Got to attack here if you're Bing. He got the pitch he was looking for, got the result he was looking for from Burrows in that last at-bat. It just managed to find itself fair and not in a glove. Got to attack the inside.
1-0. Outside yet again, 2-0.
Just kind of pulling off of his pitches, not really letting his hand travel all the way through. Everything kind of on the outside right now, and I know that's kind of your ideal spot against right-handed batting. But you've got to mix in your looks, otherwise they're going to stick to the opposite field approach.
2 balls, no strikes. Bingler steps off and throws over a third time. This is a game that was tied going into extra innings, but the Tom Sox trailed by 1 in the bottom of the 9th. They rallied for 1, but left the winning run. Outside ball 3. Now you're not going to get a swing here from Belk.
Got to attack. And you give up the bunt, and you get the out. What you can't have happen is 2 runners on base with nobody out. That's a surefire bunt situation and puts 2 runners into scoring position.
Bingler takes a look back at Burrows and fires on a 3-0. He bunts it, but it goes foul as it must have hit the plate or Belk. And so Bingler catches a break here, and it's 3-1.
If anybody caught a break, it might have been Ethan Belk there. I think he was out of the box when that ball made contact with him, or at least on his way out, and got lucky that it managed to somehow still hit him while he was technically in foul territory. Ball hits you in fair territory. I thought he was in play there.
So we'll do it again here on a 3-1. Here's the pitch from Bingler. Inside, ball 4. Good at bat there from Belk. And the go-ahead run moves into scoring position now here for Alejandro Ludero.
Ludero with a loud out to kick off the 10th inning.
Catcher Alejandro Ludero.
This is technically a bunt situation, but with your 3-hole hitter up, we'll see what they go with. The always dangerous Pregame Pato awaits on deck.
We're going to move Sowers over into normal positioning. Luderman played in on the grass. Nias not too far behind. First pitch outside as Ludero squares.
Got to attack. You got to let him bunt. To get a time called as Randy Tomlin's going to come out and chat it over with his infield and his pitcher on the mound.
I mean, there's nobody up in the Sox bullpen, so this is right now. This is Bingler's battle to fight.
Just kind of got to attack. You can't be scared of the bunt. Let it happen. There's no need to nitpick around it. And if you're going to nitpick around it, throw to the inside. Make him get the bunt down on a pitch spur. If he doesn't pull back, it's going to hit him, and it's going to be a called strike. It's not. It's kind of a dirty play, but it's a play that you're allowed to make. Go to the inside. If he doesn't want to square to get a bunt down on a pitch on the inner half, he'll pull back, and it's going to be a called strike. Attack the inside. No need to pitch around him. You don't want a ball getting put into play on something that can become a base hit. Attack him inside. Make him put the ball in play and live with what comes next. You've already got 2 runners on base that you allowed on. It's time to hunker yourself down. After this at-bat, it becomes real baseball, but Ludero is going to square to bunt. And you've got Pato on deck. You cannot have Pato come up with nobody out. The base is loaded.
It's a 1-0 count here. You need an out anywhere you can get it. Bingler comes set. Ludero shows bunt. Here's the pitch. Bingler misses inside, and it's 2-0.
And it's the pitch I'm talking about. Just missed it on the inside. Looked good to me.
Culpeper really has showed a lot of discipline here when squaring. They haven't gone after anything that's been very far outside of the zone. Now Ludero pulls back. He squares again on the 2-0, puts it down. Nias fields it over to first, and they are able to get the out. Nice stretch by Luderman, but Ludero does his job, and the Cavaliers have 2 in scoring position here with 1 out.
Yeah, and good coverage by Sowers, I think, actually, who made that play over at first to stretch kind of into fair territory with Luderman crashing. He was the back guy on the wheel play. But it's runners on second and third now, following that sack bunt. Pregame Pato at the plate. And there's been no bigger at-bat here today.
Infield is in. Time is called. And they're going to walk Pato to load the bases here for Painter. Or will it be Painter is the question. So Pato on first. The bases are now loaded here from the intentional walk. So Randy Tomlin is going to opt to have the lefty-lefty matchup here with Keone Painter with the bases loaded. Middle infielders at double play depth. Here's the first pitch. Painter taking all the way, strike 1. The go-ahead run, obviously, not just 90 feet away here at third base. The base is loaded, but with 1 out and the runner on first, the double play is possible. 0-1. Painter swings and pops it up. Who wants it? French is near it. Huddy is near it. And it goes out of play. 0-2.
An extra life right there for Keone Painter. I thought that one might have stayed in. just works itself out into foul territory. And everybody crashing in. Corners stay in. Middle infield stays pushed back. They're running double play depth. And the corners presumably will be coming home on anything hit their way.
0-2, 1 out, bases juiced. Tied up at 4. Bingler deals. Ground ball foul.
Shout out to Brennan Eldridge for making the play off the fence on that one from his seated position.
It's another 0-2 count with Luderman and Nias played in on the grass. Soroyan, Sowers played back. Bingler takes a deep breath and fires. Swinging a foul ball towards the left side. It will go out of play. And we'll do it one more time here from the 0-2.
Just scratching away, staying alive any way he can. Painter working good at bat so far.
This inning started with a leadoff single from Keaton Burrows. Ethan Belk was walked, and then a sacrifice bunt moved the runners over. Here's another 0-2 from Bingler, just off the outside corner. Oh my goodness, I don't know where that one missed.
Just a very well executed pitch right there from Bingler. Doesn't get the call. Gonna have to do it again.
1-2 with 1 out. Here's the pitch from Bingler. Swinging a ground ball over to first. That is a fair ball. Luderman comes home. They get the force at 1. Back to first. In time! Oh, what a double play! French spikes his helmet, and the Tom Sox preserve the tie. Whenever they need that 3-2-3 double play, they get it. We're going to the bottom of the 12th. Will this be the time that the Tom Sox turn it around and win? You'll have to find out. Bottom of the 12th here, 9-1-2 due up as the Tom Sox have given themselves another chance here to just score 1 and advance to the Valley League title. Thank you for staying up here with us. I'm Daniel Stein, joined alongside my partner Jeremy Rose, and what has been 12 crazy innings of baseball. And will it end here? It starts with Lee Sowers against Mason Breton. The first pitch to Lee is a good curveball that hits the zone. Sowers, that has been the bane of his day here, just the off-speed pitches that he hasn't really gone after. He leads off here in a big spot. 0-1, fouled away. He knew it. That was his pitch. And it's 0-2.
Down in the gap. A guy who can fight at the plate in Lee Sowers. He's going to look at pitches, expect kind of the off-speed here. Be a good defensive hitter.
Here's the 0-2. Outside, ball 1. Sowers able to lay off. Top of the order looms with Perry Hargett, who was inches away from the walk-off win, and then Kyle Langley. Here's the 1-2. Sowers drills one out into center field. Pato coming in. He's not going to be able to make the play. Sowers will hold at first. It's a leadoff single, and there's the winning run. Lee Sowers does his job.
And just a beautiful piece of two-strike hitting right there from Lee Sowers. Comes through in a big moment, and he's now on base for his best friend.
So here is Perry Hargett, who comes up here with nobody out and Sowers on first. Breton out of the slide step. Hargett shows bunt. He puts it down. It's a beautiful one. Estes comes up firing, and they're able to get Hargett at first. But more importantly, Sowers is at second here with one out and Kyle Langley at the plate.
Yeah, that was a beauty of a sac bunt right there. And it took one of the better defensive plays we've seen here today to save that one from being an infield single. And there's nobody better at the plate than this man right here.
So here is Kyle Langley for his 6th at-bat.
And it might just be the last dance for Mason Breton.
Breton, whose pitches are already into the 90s here, 92 to be exact. They're going to keep him in to face Kyle Langley. Langley, who played in exactly 99 games for the Dukes in his 2 years, fouls the first pitch away. You talk about a guy with experience, consistent experience, especially starting. That is what Kyle Langley provides, a professional approach at the plate in the top of the lineup. He's got the winning run in scoring position with one out. Bottom 12. Here's the pitch to Langley. A beautiful curveball misses outside, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Beautiful pitch. Froze Kyle Langley, froze just about everybody else. Wrinkled that one in there.
Breton waiting for the sign, now gets it. Sowers on second, not being held on. Here's the pitch, and Langley fouls it away once more towards the left side. 1-2 count. Langley trying to will the winning run home with Jackson Soroy on deck. What does Kyle have in store here? 1-2. Breton comes set. Here's the pitch. Langley takes outside, ball 2. Breton's made a couple of close pitches, but the Sox have laid off. Sowers on second, 2-2 count, 1 out. 4-4. Here's the pitch to Kyle. Outside, ball 3. Soroy waits on deck.
Another very well executed pitch from Mason Breton there, who is pouring his heart and soul into this game for Culpeper.
Now an hour since the clock struck midnight. Do the Tom Sox have some Cinderella magic here? 3-2 count, 1 out. Here's the pitch to Kyle. Inside, ball gets away. Over to second goes Sowers. He will make the turn and hold, and the runners are on the corners here for Jackson Soroy. It looks like, for the time being, that Breton will stay in this one. It's his 5th walk surrendered and a wild pitch. And now it's Jackson Soroy. Middle infield at double play depth, 1 out. Runners on first and third. Breton versus Soroy. First pitch. Soroy takes inside, ball 1. In this game, Jackson has lined out, flown out, struck out, and walked in his last 2 at-bats. He now stands just 90 feet away from sending the Sox to a Valley League title. Second pitch, outside, ball 2. Soroy, a kid who, a Virginia native, committed to play for his hometown school and played 1 year in this backyard. Here's a 2-0. Slider bends into the zone, and it's 2-1.
It's the confidence pitch right there for Breton. Worked himself back in here now. It's a 2-1.
Langley on first, Sowers on third. 2-1 count. Here's the pitch. Soroy hits a tapper over to third. Estes to the plate. He muffed it. Sowers scores. And Charlottesville is going back to the title. Jackson Soroy, the dirty Terp, comes through. And in a 12-inning thriller, the Tom Sox are going to their 4th straight Valley League championship.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night, and good morning again. At 1:08 in the morning, Jackson Soroy puts it into play. And in a 4-hour thriller, for the 7th time in 10 years, the Sox are rolling right back into the VBL title.
Is that a spot for his biggest Tom Sox hit? Sir, yes, Soroy. What a moment. This is a game that started at 9:17. It ends at 1:08. It literally took 2 days for this game to end. And it's a storybook ending. Two teams that have gone through multiple rainouts, a doubleheader, a walk-off, and now a second walk-off in a game that the Tom Sox thought they were done in. Anderson French kept them in. Hudson Luderman tied up the game. And then 3 innings later, Jackson Soroy with the walk-off. And the game ends 5-4. Jeremy, I don't think you have any words.
I think I've been speechless for the better half of what's been 4 hours now. I mean, we started this game 2 hours late on a delay, and it took a miracle to just stay in it for the Sox. That bottom of the 9th inning, the work that the bottom of the lineup did all throughout this game can be like, I'm out of words. I'm speechless. The team has just defied all odds all season long. Comeback wins on comeback wins. And now they've got 3 games to go. You win 2, and you take home a title.
As July comes to an end, the Tom Sox have a hot date with Strasburg in the coming days, potentially for a 2nd straight Valley League title. A team that started off 7 games below 500 now has willed their way back to the title. What a game. What a matchup. Strasburg versus Charlottesville is coming up. And that is going to do it for our broadcast this evening and this morning. Thank you to everyone who stayed up for this. A fantastic game between 2 Valley League teams, but only 1 winner out of the South, and it's your Charlottesville Tom Sox. Thank you all for tuning in. Final score from CHO Airport Field: Tom Sox 5, Culpeper 4. For my partner Jeremy Rose, I'm Daniel Stein saying good afternoon, good morning, good night from CHO Airport Field. Tom Sox going to the VBL title.